and start the meeting. Chairman Thurman is running behind, so we'll go ahead and get started. It's the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicapping conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. And Mr. Cox, would you start us off in prayer?
Yes, sir. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We thank you for all the blessings that you've blessed upon us. We do want to go back and think about the folks from 9/11 a couple of days ago and remember the families that was lost on that. Thank you for our first responders. Watch over, continue to bless them. Help us with the decisions that we're going to be faced with, and let us do the best possible in making those decisions. Watch over and guide and direct us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Back over. You lead us in prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
All righty. Thank you, sir. That helps tremendously. I have a good wife. She takes care of me.
It's in the public record.
It's in the public record. That's right. I admitted it. I can't take it back now. Ms. Epps, would you see if we have a quorum?
All right, I will go ahead and call the roll. Ms. Bechtold.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Cookenbook.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cox.
Here.
And Mr. Booth.
Here.
And we're waiting on Mr. Turman.
He's on the way.
He's on the way, and we'll make sure to notate in the minutes when he arrives and you turn.
And I'll turn it back over to him at that time.
Yeah, but we have a quorum now with 4, so you're good.
All righty. Approval of the agenda. I know that staff had something they wanted to add to one of the closed sessions.
Yes, thank you. Yes, under the closed session, of course, you already have closed session on 2 different, under A3 and A5. We need to, with your permission, add one under A8 for discussion with legal counsel. Yes, thank you. And Kim's got to hold up.
Consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters, requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in the subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because of an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to add? All right, then I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second, please. What's wrong?
No, his mic isn't on.
Mine is.
I think it's Joe's.
Joe's not.
Might want to turn down your little dial.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
It's a
sorry.
bit hot.
Well, everybody says they can't hear, so I was getting it up there, so I apologize. We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Please call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the agenda with the inclusion of A8 for under closed session, Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
I think it was Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
All right, and of course, Mr. Turman is not yet here. So we'll go ahead and move forward with that. Thank you very much, and add A8.
Did that volume work? Okay.
Yes.
So just want to make sure. Approval of disbursements is next, and I guess we'll just take them in order start with number 1, which is Norwell Company for a total of $250,000. Which, I know you got a project number. Is that?
Norwell should be the final payment for the HVAC systems. So
Right.
that long-standing project. And so I will tell you, in the end, it did turn out to be a little bit less than anticipated. I think it was about $70,000. And really want to thank our architects for writing hard over that and making sure it got completed and was cost effective. So appreciate Dan working on that a lot.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, I'll make that motion,
The second.
Vice Chairman.
I'll second.
Any further discussion or questions? If not, please call the roll.
All right. On the motion to approve disbursement 1 related to Norwell, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and of course, Mr. Turman is absent. Okay. And number 2?
Yes, disbursement number 2, which is $7,998, and it's a 2013 Chevy Equinox. Any questions or entertain a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion or questions? If not, please call the roll.
All right. On the approval of disbursement number 2 for purchase of a used Chevy Equinox, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
and Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Of course, Mr. Turman's still here.
Next, we have disbursement number 3, which is Bell's Auto Sales towing of a blue Ford Ranger for whoa.
$50.
No, that's 4.
Well, that's number 3, but
Yeah.
15 pages.
yeah, that's the whole
Right.
15 pages. I'm sorry. I guess first, is there any questions?
No.
Alrighty, entertain a motion to approve number 3 at $675,478.09.
So moved.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion or question? Please call the roll.
Sir. On the motion to approve disbursement number 3, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Mr. Turman's absent.
All right, and number 4 is the $654.44 for APCO. And that's the work center building, and I take it, okay. Any questions on that one? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Okay. On approval of disbursement number 4, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Mr. Turman's not here.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Current Chair, if I might,
That's fine.
before we move to presentations, I wanted to, if it's all right, clarify a little bit about some questions that have been raised about the recordings.
Yes.
And make sure people understand. So these particular sets of microphones are specially selected and set to be looking particularly for the human voice range. And so they are designed to try to pick up as much of that as they can and eliminate a lot of the other noises. And if they weren't set that way, my IT expert here tells us that we would end up with a lot of buzzing and those kind of distracting sounds. So wanted to let you know about that. And also, as I noticed before we get to the presentations, which is why I wanted to note it now, if you are the speaker, it is very important that you stand next to the microphone because the pickup on that is not terribly wide, again, for the same reasons of not picking up as much background noise. So if folks who are speaking from the public, our presenters, could please speak towards the microphone, that would be great. And Chris has been kind enough to write me a very long technical explanation of all of that in much greater detail if people would like to see it. But that's kind of the short layman's version on that. I wanted to make sure people were aware. We don't go back and edit anything. I just have to go listen to it over and over to do minutes.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll answer some questions that's in the public. I saw Mr. Turman come in. We're just going to take a brief.
Okay. Do you have any handouts or anything?
I do.
Can we go ahead? Mr. Chair, it'd be all right if we have Mr. Rose give us handouts? And
Yes,
start
that's
waiting for
fine,
Mr.
please.
Got some more.
Thank you. Wow.
All seconds.
And again, Mr. Chair, if I might, by way of introduction on this, we generally have Mr. Rose come and speak to us, but we actually asked to try to move it up a little bit more. We're trying to make an effort to move a lot of your budgeting process earlier to give you a little bit more time and maybe give us a little bit more breathing room too. So it's a little self-interested as well. And felt like the first place to start in that process is making sure that all 5 of you have a good understanding of our financial situation and all of that.
Yes.
So, yeah. And recognize last year that I'm not sure Ms. Bechtold and Mr. Cox ever actually heard Davenport come speak, so.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think it's.
so we kind of left them at a disadvantage, so I want to correct that this time around.
Get out of the car and walk to the door and let's stay in the list.
Good morning.
I won't go to bed. My body ain't taking it.
I know the feeling, sir.
No, the virus, you have to get sold and. Get my,
Oh, that's all right. We'll let you get set up. Then I'll put it right back in your hands.
that may be about 12, slow as me.
That's all right. I've been told we're gonna have a long day anyway, so.
Yep, that's true.
I'll fall out my chair, it's up to you.
There's enough of us to get you back in.
Yeah.
No, actually, once I get in, sitting on the ground, well, don't move, I'm good. Hurting my back is gone.
Too many bumps
Yeah,
on the
blood
tractor.
pressure. Using that dumbbell for about 32 years.
Yeah.
I haven't moved.
Yeah. We're about to do this. The only change we made, we added AA for legal consultation to the. So you'll know where we're at.
So we're down to Mr. Rose.
Yeah. And let the record reflect, I've turned the chair over to the chair, please.
All right. We will note that Mr. Turman has arrived and that Mr. Booth has turned over chairmanship to Mr. Turman.
Good evening, good morning, I should say. I got all covered.
That's the way I feel too.
But it's good to see you again, Ms. Jarman, it is. Again, some new faces, some, I won't say old faces, how about familiar faces? And, I've already made one mistake. There'll be others, of course. But again, I am David Rose, and I have the good fortune of representing Davenport and Company. And for those of you that are new to the board. We have served and hopefully will continue to serve as your financial advisors. And what that basically means is that we are representing your interests from a financial perspective. Today's presentation is one of education only. We're not asking for any reaction or decisions by any means, but hopefully it starts a dialogue with all of you. We've done this previously, and what I put together, and I've got some extra copies for folks that are here in the audience, if they'd like, they could first come first serve, what have you, is what we call a comprehensive financial review, an abbreviated one, as Dr. Millsaps indicated, that would help you get sort of kick-started towards the next fiscal year's budget, which again will be here before we know it. With that said, I would like to also take the opportunity to thank both Kim and Linda for being so helpful to us, because otherwise we can't provide you this information. So that's a given. With that, I'd like to just go to page 2 on this, a little bit of background. I'm not going to cover everything, but I just want to give you the essence of what we see as it relates to Floyd County. As I mentioned, we go back to 2016 with the county. We provided at that time an even more in-depth comprehensive financial review. And in doing that, we were able to give the county some suggestions and some thoughts as to how they looked financially, because they were about to undertake, or you were about to undertake, a series of projects that you had to do. One of the things I would point out as your advisor, I do not recommend projects. I do not bless projects, but rather I react to what you tell me you need, or you believe you need, or you want to have done, and we then talk about what the ramifications are as it relates to the county's finances, both in the short run and in the long run. This is now my 41st year doing this. I'm from Richmond, and I've been at Davenport now for 25 years, and I manage the practice. So proud to say that. You are actually a more recent client going back to 2016. We've worked with Montgomery County. I've gone back to the Jeff Johnson days, so probably 30 years. So, I've known Mr. Booth longer than that in some other instances, but again, my focus solely here is to make sure that things don't go off the rails, and at least if I think you're moving in that direction, I'm going to tell you that, and I'm going to tell you what the concerns are. So I will start by saying, before you see any of this, the county is not moving off the rails. That's the good news. Now, having said that, if the 22 fiscal year information, which we're all waiting on, comes back and is a little bit negative, we'll find that out. If it's positive, we'll find that out. But it's still a work in progress. But nevertheless, the point here is we're going to try to be there, as I think Dr. Millsaps wants us to make sure that you can make decisions with comfort, or at least more comfort than just your gut decision making. So with that said, the middle bullet point, we have done a variety of things for the county. We've worked with a lot of your local and regional banks. We are not a bank. We are not competing with those folks. We work with state programs. We don't compete with that either. Again, what we do solely is try to make sure that the best interests of this county are being served financially, and to point out issues that we see. We've done some new money borrowings. We did the school project. We did economic development. We make recommendations on any number of things. We've also, because you've had a good credit standing and interest rates have been good, we've refinanced a number of your debts, not to extend them, but just simply to save money. And you've saved almost $1 million in doing that. So it's been a good situation. The last thing here, though, I think this is part of the strategy that Dr. Millsaps and Kim have asked us to do, is to perhaps think about putting in place some financial policies. And that's something that I think makes a lot of sense for the county. We have shown you in the past how you compare, but I think perhaps, and I'd look to Dr. Millsaps, maybe coming forward, let's take that a step further and let's actually institute some policies in anticipation of the next fiscal year's budget. I see that happening if that's what you want to do. Once we have the 22 information, once the audit is done, we see that happening towards the end of this, basically the end of this calendar year. And so I think we could have those types of discussions in the very beginning of the new calendar year so that it's ready and in place for the budget process for the 24 budget process, 24 fiscal year budget process. So next page, goals and objectives. I think I've given a little bit of that in the last few moments, but basically what we'd like to do is review and give you a 5-year perspective on the historical results. I think it's really important. If we're going to talk about where we're going, we need to know where we've been. So I want to talk about that, and we'll show you how we look at that. Second, let's take a look at the county's debt profile. And then third, let's compare that to others that are, we'll call peers. Everybody's different. All counties are unique. We tried to pull together some counties that have more similarities than not. As a result, we haven't added Montgomery County. They're a magnitude of what y'all are size-wise, but we tried to add some others within this region. Next point here, goals and objectives, again, ultimately is to do some financial policy guidelines, which, by the way, can always be changed by you or by your successors. The thinking, though, is if you have those guidelines and they made sense at one point, even though they continue to get reviewed, the idea here is it makes it harder for some new council or board to come in and all of a sudden just do things without following some procedures, some policies. It makes it that much more difficult for them to explain to the public that they're not looking at best practices. And so that's the idea that we have suggested. Actually, it's collaborative really with your staff. So I don't want to overstate that. And then lastly, we're going to talk about some next steps to be considered. So page 4. What are those regional peers? Again, this is not absolute, not perfect, but you can see there where you are. And we basically, again, you're modest size, population-wise. And so we've taken a variety of communities around you. You may want, for example, to say, why not add this county, remove this county to see what the peer group looks like? We certainly can do that. Again, this was just our attempt at giving you a relative comparative, and I think you're going to see that. Okay, so let's go to page 6 and the historical financial operations over the last 5 years. So the good news is that the county has basically lived within its means. It is basically break even as operationally, which means recurring revenues meet recurring expenditures. That's the good news. Now, you've lived through, and we've lived through with you, a crazy few years where a lot of money has been put at risk by the pandemic. A lot of other monies have been provided by virtue of the federal and state governments. So all of that shaking out, for example, in 21, there's a big blue column there, the blue bar, major capital expenditures, a lot of that coming from, we'll call it one-time dollars, two-time dollars, meaning effectively ARPA and CARES Act monies and all of those things that I can tell you in 2016 we never thought about because who was thinking about pandemics 4 years earlier? But nevertheless, I think it's going to be particularly important to see how the 22 fiscal year ultimately looks Because again, we should see that. I think, Kim, isn't it fair to say, we'll see that by the end of the calendar year, if not sooner? So once we get that, we can then come back, take a look at how that may change some of these numbers, what you feel like. And the other thing that'll happen here is, I believe, come in effect roughly around January, the staff and all of us have a little better idea on how the 23 year, the fiscal year that we're in now, how is that trending given all the uncertainties. So with the new staff and with all the pandemic issues and all the other things going on, I feel like we are doing this at the right time to give you some beginning. But as I said, we're not asking you to do anything. We just want you to know it's part of our keeping you informed, working with staff, and that's really why we're here. Okay, so if you go to page 7, what we look at, oftentimes, citizens may not always realize this, is it's one thing to look at revenues and expenditures, but we have to pay particularly note of how many dollars are available at any given moment in time or annually to have, if you would, for any number of purposes. And one of those is that a lot of people may be fortunate that they get a paycheck and they get basically expenditures that are pretty much the same every month for the 12 months. They can kind of sense what the revenue's coming in, the revenues and the expenditures going out. Local governments in Virginia and really countrywide don't have that opportunity because, as you know, you collect taxes 1 to 2 times a year as a local government, plus the state gives you monies, not every single month on an even basis, but they do it typically in sort of quarterly installments. And then on the flip side, you have monthly expenditures of operations that is standard, but on top of that, you then have debt payments that occur a couple, 3 times a year that are very lumpy, and you can't avoid that. And so what happens basically is local governments then need to have a cushion. And if they don't have a cushion, effectively, they need to be their own bank. Because if they're not their own bank, then they have to go to the local bank and borrow money just to make payroll. And that's what we call TANs and RANs. So one of the reasons why we care about you having fund balances at a certain level at all times is that you don't have to go out and borrow money short term, which is a waste of dollars, just to turn around and pay bills and other things. So that's the first point. The second reason we want to make sure you have those dollars is that, let's face it, if we have something like Hurricane Camille when I was a child in '69 that comes through and basically devastates the area for a while, you may ultimately get FEMA monies, but you're not getting FEMA monies 1 month later. Just not happening. It's not even coming a week later. You need money in the bank to take care of emergency items. Third thing is that when it comes time to borrow money or even refinance, lenders want to see that you have ample resources, that you've got the cushion. And so this actually saves you money. And then on top of that, especially in now the environment, with these monies sitting there, you actually earn interest on that money. And those monies further help the general fund. So there are any number of reasons why we want to see a strong fund balance. And there's different ways of looking at that. Available fund balance is one number. Unassigned is another number. But the upshot of it all is this. When you look at what we call the unassigned, and in your case, as of the end of 21, it was basically about $5.7 million. Let's take a look at how you compare them to your neighbors. So on page 8, your pure medium is about 26 million. That may sound a little startling. You're at 5.7, but your population is a fraction of that. So again, what we then look at is the next page, and that is, what is your unassigned fund balance as a percentage of, we'll call it your expenditures, your annual expenditures. That's on page 9. And you can see there, it's slightly under 15%. Frankly, we like to see that number up And because, again, if you think about it, and we'll round off here, about 16.5% is the equivalent of about 2 months operating reserves. We'd like to see it a solid 2 months. Ideally, being as close to 3 months would be wonderful. And again, you can see the peer median is close to that 3-month level. And I would say this, and we work with most of these folks, Wythe County, it's not an outlier. It is an outlier, but it is what it is. I mean, they have put dollars away for years with the expectation, which right now they're doing, of some major capital projects. But again, they have purposely put themselves in that position, thinking that, again, there could be some days ahead that may not be as good as they've been in the past. So they're being very conservative. That said, you could sort of see where everybody kind of lumps together. So again, from Floyd County's perspective, it's been solid. It's actually up from years ago, believe it or not, but we'd like to see it go a little higher if possible, and that's something that's to keep in mind. All right, page 10 is simply what I mentioned earlier, observations. One thought that we do have just quickly for the moment would be to get to that number of at least $6 million. That $6 million, at least as of the end of 21, would put you at 2 months of fund balance. It's easier said than done, but again, it's the type of thing that we think will be helpful for the long run. Now, one thing I should point out, when we've done borrowings on your behalf, we've gone to both local, state banks, regional banks, and national banks. If you look at the record, we've gotten some excellent responses. So while we may not have all the money in the world sitting in fund balances, we have run a tight ship. I say we, you have, but at the same time, it's been recognized that this is a solid credit, and this is a county to bank on. No pun intended. They really look at that. Then they're ready to bank on it. So we felt good about that, and we still feel good about that. Again, if things change for some reason, we'll be back here to talk about maybe what things have maybe changed and why, and we'll talk about what we need to do to rectify that. Okay, so if I could, I'd like to turn to the debt profile on page 12 and give you a sense of where we stand. After doing a series of projects over the last, again, half dozen years, we have roughly $33 million of principal outstanding. And this also includes the 2021 financing that we did for a potpourri of projects, but it does not include the 2019 line of credit. And there's a reason for that. And that is because those dollars, there's a method to pay for those dollars, as you all know. So the other takeaway here, and I think this is important for the public and for you to understand, is that you have what's called a 10-year payout ratio of roughly 60%. What's that mean? What that means is that if you own a home and you typically have a 30-year mortgage, after 10 years, how much of that principal is paid off? So let's assume that you own a home and the principal on that you took out is $100,000. After 10 years, the average homeowner has paid off 25% of that principal. So they basically owe $75,000 after 10 years. You as a county, if you think of it the same way, you've actually paid off 60% of your principal after 10 years. And so for the remaining years, you have 40% to pay off. That's a good number. So we're in a good position as it relates to paying our debts down. What we're not doing in a good way is pushing this onto the next generation unfairly. So I want to give you that perspective and let the folks understand that. Okay, page 13 is just a little bit of that detail. And in fact, you can see here in FY 2023, the 10-year ratio is 60%. And as you can see, as every year goes by, that percentage goes up, and you'd expect it to go up. That's because, again, every year we're paying principal down. We keep paying principal down. So again, our final payments are out in 2041, but the bulk of our payments are being made over the next 10 years. That said, we wanted you to see then how this compares, this debt levels, to other local governments and the best practices. So if you go to page 14, it's one thing to have $33 million outstanding. It's another thing to pay it off over, in effect, 20 years, and most of it in the first 10. But what does it look like as it relates to your overall budget in any given year? So here's the critical ratio. This is called your credit card ratio, debt service to expenditures. This basically says for every dollar of expenditures, how much of that dollar goes to debt service. Once again, if you think about this as a mortgage analogy, the average homeowner is told that you really shouldn't have more than 25% of your income monthly income going to your mortgage. That really basically should be about where you rest. For you, you have just a little over 6% of your budget that goes to debt service. So you may say, well, what does that mean? Is that good? Well, a potential policy that you typically see is about 10%. And if you look on the far right-hand side, one of the big rating agencies is Standard & Poor's. And they say that any local government that is 8% or less, like you do, is their strongest category. So from our perspective, when we look at the debt service of Floyd County relative to best practices, you very much are comfortably within that practice. So again, that's an important factor for you as you go forward and as you look at this. Because one of the things I've been dealing with over the years is sometimes citizens will say, we're just in so much debt. You know, they'll just talk and say we're in millions of dollars of debt, not really knowing the context of the relative amount of that debt. You know, I can remember when my parents bought their first house, I think they spent about $5,000. And that seemed like a whole lot of money then. And it was, because relative to my father's income in the military, that was a very big number. Today, fast forward 60 years later, okay, we don't even think about $5,000 increments. And yet that was a whole house. Mm-hmm. So everything's relative to the dollars that you have in your budget, your availability to pay. And that's sort of how I think we want to look at this. And that's one of the important things. The next page is another critical category. And this is just that debt, that roughly $33 million, compared to the taxable assessed value of the county. Now, we know there's been revalve and there's been any number of changes for all of your neighbors and you, and that's, of course, happening. But what we simply said is, given where the assessed values of the county are at the end of 2023, and we just grew that by 1% a year on the previous and 0% here. We've acted as if there is no growth. Not that we think that's not what we're saying. We've acted as if there's no growth. That would even be a negative growth in fairness, but go with me. The bottom line is you basically have about 1.5% of debt to the overall assessed value. That 33 million simply divided by the 2 billion comes out to about 1.5%. Once again, this one is a Moody's criteria. They have for this, they say if you are in that range, which you are, you're in that AA strong range. So once again, you fall into a very solid category. And those two particular ratios are things that we look at to make sure that we're staying within good guidelines, if you would, as a local government. Now, next page, I wanted you to see how that debt service versus expenditures compares to your peer group. Interestingly enough, the peer group is even a little bit better than you. They're at 6%, you're about 6.6. Again, you're really right on top of them. And a number of these folks will be doing some additional borrowing. We're working with several of them right now. But the upshot is you're right there in the thick of it. And the irony is this group that we used happens to be pretty conservative. This area tends to be conservative. Interestingly enough, if you were to go further east or you're further north, you'll find that those numbers tend to go higher. And actually, some of the bigger and larger communities that have very large growth, that are even higher rated, including in Montgomery County, are going to have a higher elevated levels of this. So they'll be more closer to that 10%. Some will be above that 10%. Again, they're able to take care of it. But again, we just want you to see the relative strength or weakness of the county, and it's solid. So again, hopefully you can take that comfort. The next one, the debt to assessed value, similarly, the peer medians are slightly lower than you. And you'll find, again, that you're very much within shouting distance of that peer group. Couple points here I'd make. You look at someone like Franklin County, who we work closely with and have for years. They've got Smith Mountain Lake right there. They've got a whole lot of, if you would, value in those properties. And so as a result, it helps them. Their debt levels are higher. But again, once again, they find that that's one of the benefits for debt to assessed value and why they look so good. Okay. Last page, I've been talking for a while, but I appreciate your listening. What are the next steps, if any? What we would like to do, as I said, is incorporate the fiscal year 22 information into these results. And if asked back, would love to come back sometime probably after January or early February, that time frame. My sense is that you will probably have some unaudited information probably towards the latter part of, this calendar year. We can certainly incorporate that depending upon how much comfort Kim and Melinda have as a result of changes that might have there. And then also, if there are certain projects and needs that you see on the horizon, we can incorporate those into some planning for the 24 and beyond fiscal years. And so we've done that before. Some of you, I would say that the three in the middle that are the old guard here have seen us do that. Hopefully, again, if you want us to do that. And part of that is that second bullet point. We'd like you to consider developing a more formalized, what we call CIP, Capital Improvement Program or Plan. It's usually a multi-year plan, and it incorporates not only wants, but it covers the needs. And it also involves some decisions about how to fund these things over a series of years. And then lastly, could all be done simultaneous is financially putting together some formalization of policies and having those as guidelines for you. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and appreciate this opportunity to be here.
Glenda, you got any questions?
I don't have any questions. It's very easy to understand. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Back on page 7, if you would.
Yes, Mr. Booth.
Where you've got the government fund balance assigned and unassigned. Now, just as a point, a large part of that unassigned is what's needed to pay the bills. It doesn't mean that we just have $5 million, $5.7 million sitting there to spend any way we want to. I just wanted to bring that out because in the past, that's been looked at that way, and that's how we ended up where we were at several years ago. I'm guessing at least 4.5 to 4.8 of that 5.7 is needed to pay bills, period.
I would defer to Kim on that, but I suspect you're correct, absolutely, in any given time. That's
But I
right.
just wanted you to, in the mix
Yes.
to understand that just because that 5.7 million doesn't mean it's available to spend
Right.
any way we want to.
That's right, because this is, when we show the available fund balance, it's at June 30th. It's that one moment in time. So for example, come July 1 of the subsequent year, you could make a big payment and all of a sudden that 5.7 million might go down to 4.7 if there's, let's say, a bond payment that was due. But I think the important thing here is it is rolled up at the end of the fiscal year and it comes to a certain number and it's apples to apples every year.
Right.
It compares where you are from the previous June 30th. And that's how just governmental accounting works, as you know, Mr. Booth. So that's correct. I think, again, if you wanted to turn around and say, all right, we're going to take that 5.7 million and we're going to quote unquote give it back somehow or spend it somehow. The problem is you're going to then have to go borrow 4.7 to $5 million, same thing, just to have on hand to pay bills. And that's a complete waste of time. And waste of money, I should
Been
say.
there, three of us has been there and done that.
Yes, you have. Yeah, prior to our being involved. And the other thing is, what a lot of folks don't realize, when you think about all the money we borrowed for all the projects we did, we had very, very good rates and we were able to refinance when rates were good. If we didn't have good credit standing, those banks and those brokerages wouldn't have given us
Right.
those rates. They wouldn't have invested their monies in Floyd County. And I think that's part of all of this. I mean, there are several counties and cities in Virginia, some of whom we work with and try to help, that have no access to the financial markets. And one of them is not very far from here, frankly. It's just is what it is until they build up their reserves. They find themselves either paying a lot more money or having real difficulties to do the things they want to do.
And just as a further point, I understand what you're saying about the 15% and needing more funds, but we might reach that, whoever's sitting here, but it's going to be over a long period of time.
Right.
It would have to be.
And you know what, to your point, Mr. Booth, one of the things in financial policies that we would put together is an actual strategy and a time frame for that. Usually that's a time frame anywhere from 3 to 5 years. It's not all of a sudden we just snap our fingers and say that's going to be done.
We do things a little slower. It might be 5 to 10.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I'll work on you. How's that?
You'll
Yeah,
work on me?
I'll
Okay.
work on you.
That's all I had.
All right.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, David, for, as always, a very detailed, and there is a lot of things I'd like to absorb a little bit more. I do look forward to the ongoing discussions. I think this is an important step taken by staff, and I think that it'll help our county sort of guide us into the future. So thank you for the time you spent on this, and yeah, I'm going to continue to read over it and digest it a little bit more. And if I have questions, I'll get them to staff and they can
Absolutely.
ask
Sounds
you.
good. All right. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose, I was just going to say thank you. Yeah, it's very informative. As a new guy on the block, it helps put things in complete perspective. So I appreciate this information and look forward to the future with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott.
The only thing I can say is thank you, but like Jerry said, when I came on this board, we was borrowing money to make payroll. And I ain't taking credit for where we're at now, but, and we had Freddie Gerald and Virgil Allen and Case Klinger and Lauren Yoder's and me, and we had some heated discussions sometimes. And I think Ms. Morse was about ready to call the sheriff's department separate a few times, but, but we worked for it and we come out ahead, and it took a lot of work. And if I have any control over it, I'm not putting us back in that position.
Like I said, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I think the 22 fiscal year information will be very helpful. Hopefully it'll be solid. We'll see. Again, I think there's just been a whole lot of numbers and money moving hands and changing with regard to all the various CARES Act and other things and the ARPA dollars. So again, but you know me, I'm going to be here if, good Lord permits, and I'll let you know if we got some issues. And I appreciate this.
How's the Fed's rate increase on interest? How's that going to affect us?
So it's already started. We have seen interest rates go up depending upon where we call it on the yield curve, meaning if it's in the first few years, the last few years, meaning over 20 or 30 years. In the short term, first few years, it has gone up so much that short-term rates are literally at or above the long-term rates. It's called an inverted yield curve. That's not usually a good sign. Usually that's a sign for recession. That's what historically that's been. And we see that. At the same time, all we can do is what we've done before, is to recommend what we did to you. Strike while the iron's hot. Don't wait. And you didn't. So you took advantage of things. And so from your perspective, I think the important thing is all of your borrowings are fixed. You're not at risk of, you're not at risk of the Fed going up and saying, oh, what do we do now? Or do we have to, that's not a problem for us meaning Floyd County. And we tend to like it that way. That's just our conservative nature. We have no what we call derivatives or anything like that. No variable rates. We just tend to be more conservative and fixed rate, lock it in, don't get greedy. And I think it's served us well. Last point you've asked, though, is rates are up, as I said. They want to push them higher. Only time will tell. But in the greater scheme of things, and I could have put this in here, if I look back even 10 years, 20 years, or back 40 years, interest rates today, though, still are very favorable. So we are still talking about a 20-year fixed rate at or below 4%. But 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, we were talking about 1.75%. And I was scratching my head, but we were doing it, and you got it, and we did it. So, not going to complain.
Well, you guide us through it, and I appreciate your work on that. So.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, the late 70s and early 80s, you had 10 to 15% interest on loans. So. Oh
yeah, I remember my first car loan for a little Chevette was at I think it was like 16, 18%. It's just crazy numbers. It was just nuts. So remember that. So, all right.
Any questions?
Thank you. All right.
Thank
Appreciate it. Help you well.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, Kim. What's the air conditioner set on? Just a tad.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
I'll take all that. I didn't know there were for a.
Yes.
I'll take one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Chair, I see Dr. Wheeler in the back there is your next speaker, if you'd like.
I'm sorry?
I see Dr. Wheeler waiting in the back here.
You're not studying when you come through the door. Come on. Compliment to be in here.
Good morning.
Morning.
I don't have a whole lot. The supplemental appropriations that came to you was the normal with the ESSER funds. That timeline's running down, and like I said before, that's very fortunate to be able to put back what was taken out. And so that's still in the process with that. And we'll continue with those projects, and we're going to get another overview of all the other infrastructures from the standpoint of cost feasibility in our schools, which are really the late 1990s and early 2000 units on a lot of our larger areas, the gyms. So we're going to look at those and hopefully be able to use some of the ESSER funds for that. Our two worst roofs that aren't involved in the CCD project looks like we're going to be able to get those repaired too. They don't leak, but they continuously have been repaired for many, many, many years. So, and when they were replaced multiple years ago, obviously they're worn out, and so we're going to be able to get those two replaced too and start that on the books with some of our ESSER money and construction money too. So we've already started that process. The supplemental appropriations that you see is purely for the HVAC. And I think there's a couple other items there. Part of that is just another item. Part of it is the bottle fillers, touchless bottle fillers, and you have to have water fountains. So we've gotten away, and we own all those, and every old water fountain has been replaced in the schools with this money. So it's been very, very useful, and didn't have to look far for a project. But those are the supplemental appropriations, nothing amazing there. We did, once again, we've had quite a few awards. We were able to honor 2 more students last night because their score on the PSAT, which we provide the cost for PSATs. Usually 10th graders, if 11th and 12th, it's a great assessment tool. We provide the cost. It's part of our budget. 2 of our students scored so high that the National Rural School Association recognized them nationally. So, and we're a part of that group with small rural schools. It's more of a lobbyist group in each state, but this is also a national education group. So that was a great honor for those 2 students too. So, but we're still rolling, still off to a great start, and hopefully keep winning in our sports, and we are truly back to a fairly normal school year. So, which is very nice. Everything on the CCDC is coming a lot of, now that there's no site work except for the end, all of it's going into phase 2, all the work. So they're pushing it hard. So we're in great shape with that, all of phase 1, and still keep going through the checklist, but it's working great, and we'll be anxious to get the whole thing going and get that whole campus put together, and it's going to be an impressive and a great experience for our kids. And once again, we're exploring more opportunities over the next couple of years through this that we've worked with the EDA and went to those meetings last week with Dr. Millsap, and so we're aware of what we need to do. So, but all good so far, and a beautiful, pretty much fall day.
Yeah.
Has the paving all around the roads been completed up the hill and around the new road?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard any more about the program or the monies where they were trying to set up where it would retro?
Those are well, once again, no, I have not.
Not heard any more.
I have not, if they make them retro on projects. But once again, with those programs, it's 80-20 match. Doesn't mean that you don't get anything. It just means the only way we'd be able to do it is to be able to make it retro. But I have not heard a word. We have not gotten any grant information from that. I'll have meetings this week, and I'll be talking with the Assistant Superintendent of Finance from Department of Education. I've known him for years, just to see where we are with that. And
it just disappeared all of a sudden, kind of.
Well, anytime you have that much money, And to regulate that much money from federal funding, it takes a while because it has to be organized in Richmond before it goes out to the 133 school divisions, and it's a grant process. So, but as far as the change in it, I have not heard anything or seen anything come across, and I have 2 meetings this week with other superintendents, and we'll see what I haven't heard any school systems cracking into that yet.
That's all right. Thank you for what you
So I just to clarify on these school construction grant program funds, the applications have not been made available yet.
We have not seen anything with the school. They're the grant applications. That's a 80-20 match.
So are all of them? I think I'm under the impression that some are not potentially 80-20 and that they are retroactive to projects that are active.
We have, within our budget, it's not a grant, we have school construction funds that are pretty much earmarked for exactly, and it's not the amount of money that is. That's why we're looking at all the other, that's where we're going to repair the 2 roofs, which will be a fairly good chunk of it. And that's where we're going to look at the engineering on all the other HVACs, that one of them is already down, that is going to have to be replaced. There won't be enough money to replace all the ones that were from the late 1990s and early 2000s. There's no question. But that money is within, it's not part of our budget, but it's within the biennial year. So we got enough to do the 2 roofs, and we're going to see how many of the HVACs we can do with that. But it is not close to the grant.
Right, but I'm referring to the new grants.
I have not seen anything with those, and even with everything came late. One of the reasons that, when the supplemental appropriations, we don't get the exact procedure on a timely manner, which is fine because we're talking large amounts of federal money coming into a state. So I have not seen anything else that definitely, that'll be a focus. And like I said, I got on my calendar to have a call, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to hear. We have 2 different routes to go through. We have our finance group, which Mr. Booth is part of, so they communicate. And we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything. We go through our group, superintendents, and the organizations we're a part of. Nothing has come through. The grant is very important. Believe me, it's earmarked, but I have not heard. The most important part is with that one to make it retroactive. With the other one, any other grants out there, I have not gotten any information on the process to apply for those, but we will definitely apply. I've written a couple things for Ladina. We have for grants. We have, and I've already started writing one because with this administration, they want to know that you are producing jobs. They want to know that you are getting students job ready. And obviously our CCDC would be it would look great on paper if we could go in and say, hey, we'll take the 14.5 off this and make it retroactive. So definitely a priority.
I just want to make sure that we pursue those new grants that are.
Yeah, we are, and it would be a great thing, and anything that's because that falls right into it with the objectives of this administration, which is great.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us which are the 2 roofs now?
Check Elementary.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Check Elementary, and the high school past the cafeteria where it's still gravel.
Okay.
It's still a gravel roof.
Right.
So we're going to take that up, and obviously a gravel roof's a lot less to put on, but we're going to do it right and have those replaced. So and this old CTE building was in bad repair. We had to, and was the worst one. So that's all good now.
Trouble with gravel roofs if you have to get on and walk up.
Yeah.
You got a lot of leaks.
Yep.
I don't have anything. Glad to hear the school year is going good.
It is. It's normal, and these kids and families, and you know, it's good to have good communication, so you know the needs. It's good for people to be able to be out in the schools, have their kids out there, and to be more involved, you know, in our community, that's where we are now. So it's an awesome thing to see a full stadium, and awesome thing to just see activities going on all around our community. So
Yeah, it's been nice seeing parking lots full for a football game, like normal.
yeah, yep.
Yeah, because they got a winning team this time.
And the new parking lot helps a lot too up there.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we have the Arts and Crafts Fair coming up, so I'm going to be interested to see how they're going to organize all of it, because they got a lot more space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be good. It'll all be great.
All I had.
I just wanted to clarify. So it seems like there was one set of funds that you all were going to be getting reoccurring amounts. Is that this one or another?
That's this one. That's the one with the roofs, and yes.
Make sure that they were
It's
aware. so it'd
separate,
be
and
speaking
that's the one that we did not know the process. They didn't communicate to school divisions until after. So those are the funds that are coming in, that when Mr. Booth sends it in and says, hey, here's the revenue, it's a set amount each time. So our roof projects are divided up because the flow needs to be correct. You don't get all of it.
All right.
It's 1.41, and roof projects, you don't get very much each time. So all our projects like that are divided up. So the flow comes in, it goes right back out.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for y'all. So as these start coming in, it's not continual changes. It's just the way the state.
It's going to look similar to the ESSER, where when you see the supplemental appropriations with increased revenue, and then that goes right back out, expenditures.
And these funds are from the state,
Yep.
and they are separate from the other grants.
They're separate from the other grants and separate from operational,
Right.
from any state funds. So and we can encumber those more than enough. So we're waiting to see with the study and see exactly what's the priorities is, because like I said, we have one unit at Floyd Elementary Gym, which is fine. We're getting into the cooler season. That's going to have to be replaced. Doesn't work anymore.
And are these pandemic related? Like have
No.
these funds? No. So these are.
Well, I don't know that exactly,
Right.
but they're school construction funds that to meet the need. Before the pandemic, there was school construction needs in this state. So I doubt it.
Right. Okay.
It's just, we'll just say, hey, this is one of the ins and outs with the expenditures of other funds, not operational. Mm-hmm. And we'll keep looking at the grants.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Thank you.
All righty. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Dr. Willett.
David?
And with nothing but good news this morning.
Yeah, always. Good news is I had a long list of gravel roads that we were able to get to. Unfortunately, it's probably because we had to do them a couple times due to various storms and things that we've had. So we've been chasing those a lot in the last month. We have been concentrating when we haven't had to put them back together is trying to get some brush cut with the mow trim that's been in the Willis area. It'll be coming to the Czech area later. But I also have a list of roads that were done there, including Post Office Road, Indian Valley Post Office Road, Max Mountain Road, Canning Factory. We got to a number of those and got to a couple site distance issues on 221 also. And then trying to get just our regular mowing crews out mowing, and they'll be doing that. Finishing up the mowing for the year, the rest of this month and next. Some pothole patching. And as we could, there's still some surface treatment schedule left to go. I think we've got most of the plant mix. I didn't go down Stonewall, but I saw that they had it had been. I think it's all done. They haven't got the lines painted on it yet, and those are the signs I saw on Stonewall. But I think most of the plant mix stuff is done. We got a crew working on your construction project, which is Silverleaf. And they will finish by the end of this year. And we have, we're getting all of our equipment ready for our dry run for snow removal. They get all the equipment together on one day and it gets evaluated to a pretty stringent checklist to make sure it's ready to go. We'll have to do it kind of informally again. We do it in October, generally late September, October. And then if we don't get snow for a while, that same equipment is used out on roads. So it gets some wear and tear even between then and the first snow. But we get it all ready as if it were going to snow the very next day. So they check everything, spreaders and the blades and the plow blades and the emergency equipment inside a vehicle and stuff like that. So while we're getting the equipment ready, we're also putting together our personnel and getting the routes all set. So we go through a whole process for dry run, and we're doing that right now. Don't like to jinx us, but we have to be ready. So we will be ready. And that's all I have. Like I said, I'm not going to go through the list of gravel roads, but it's been a lot of snow. I mean, rainstorms and wind and clean up debris. We are glad to get the brush trimming crew. The way we cycled it is half the county gets it first and the other half's going to get it last. So we got to make it go through 4 counties. And so it will be coming to the check area. Don't worry. So, but I'll take any questions then.
I'll just say thank you for all the work your crews are doing. I know they're all working as hard as they can with what they've got. So thank you.
Thank you.
Again, be sure and thank the crew that did the entrance to Baker Street and Route 8. You couldn't ask for a better job there. And I know there was some hangups, but that's because the crew was hung up in Giles.
Right.
They worked it out. It looked great.
Oh yeah, and that was a big thing with all that concrete in there.
Yeah, it really helped. And thank you for the patching crew. Be sure and thank them that's going through the county. They're one of the best. They're doing one of the best jobs I've seen in years. So keep that crew together if you can. One thing I wanted to bring up and I mentioned to you, is extending the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit on 221 there where it stops at Pine Tavern.
Yes.
To extend it past the Flegger Hill Road. The number eludes me right now, but anyway, it's the Flegger Hill Road. There've been several people that's turned and going toward Roanoke. And I guess they hit that 45-mile-an-hour sign. It's like NASCAR dropping the flag. And luckily, the ones I talked to, they wasn't anything coming, so they went on around them in that passing lane. But if we could get that extended on down there and signage.
Yeah, I know we've looked at it. It's a more complicated process than just picking up a sign and moving it. As Ms. Kuchenbach has asked before, but it's been several years, so I'll ask him to look at it again.
Well, Richmond's made it complicated. Don't you come in because you can't. I can say it. Richmond's made it more complicated, but this is a safety issue. And the last time we've had a discussion about passing zones and stuff, I finally had to make that point to a Salem engineer, and I don't mind talking to them again. They made the mistake and put their personal cell phone on the reply, and I put it in my phone.
It's free game then, huh?
So I don't mind. But if we could look into that, of course, you and I talked a little bit about this, but just want to remind you about the edge and the patching on Route 8 from a breadbasket to town that needs to be done before winter. They're at the dumpsters right outside of town. Mm-hmm. there seems, it's almost like somebody took a post hole digger and made those potholes. Now, I know those have been patched several times, but it's like they keep coming out.
Yeah.
I don't know if, I don't know if they can, and I don't want to complicate the process because we only have so much patching.
Right.
You know, is it possible they could cut something out there bigger? Or
That's probably the proper way to do it. They're just trying to get a lot of production going.
Well, I
Yeah, that would be
understand, but it just keeps popping out with the tractor and trailer traffic. So either that or if there's something you can treat in there to make the asphalt stick better. But I know they've been patched, no telling how many times, and it keeps popping out. Ken Avenue. Has anybody figured out what the right of way width is, or are they still researching that?
They're still trying to find the documentation, in black and white on it, but we're pretty sure it's just about it's a 30-foot right of way there.
And we decided that culvert.
But the culvert would be a maintenance thing for us.
If we can get somebody to look at that, and at least that'll keep it from undermining maybe more of what's there, but apparently one end's either collapsed, covered up, or whatever.
Right.
But if we get that opened up, that would be great. And again, thank you and thank all the crews. I see them out there going wide open, and they just got a lot to do with few people to do it.
That's true.
Is a problem, but that's all I had there. That was enough, wasn't it?
That's plenty. Yeah, a lot of thoughts here.
Yeah.
Right.
The brush trimming, when you say the brush trimming coming to check, that I would assume would be also encompassing.
When I say check, I mean everything
Other than-
north or east, whatever would be
Correct,
Route
so
8.
that would include
Yeah,
Christiansburg Pike.
yeah.
Speaking of Christiansburg Pike, which is now all at this stage in Jerry's district at this area, we have a large pothole in the southbound lane heading towards Floyd, between Deerfield and Bluebird, and it's now growing grass out of it. So it's very interesting. And it's a pretty big hole, and somebody's gone out and sprayed it with orange paint. And I know it's not your orange paint, because I know you're orange.
Yeah.
You've got special orange
It's a special,
paint.
yeah.
But it is a large hole. It's gotten bigger. And it's definitely, I mean, it's not as much a problem in a larger car, but I think smaller cars are definitely, I mean, I've watched a couple ahead of me, and it's getting a little dangerous.
Okay.
So if the patching crew can get over there and get that fixed. I've spoken about it a couple of times. And of course, the brush trimming is very important to a lot of folks in my district, as well as whatever's going on Thunderstruck. I know you've had some discussions. And I would appreciate it if, however that got graded or whatever happened to it, if we could make sure that things are back to a better situation. As always, I thank all of the crews for their tireless work. I know it's been really a long, hard summer, and I really appreciate all their work. And from all the citizens who leave Floyd County and go to work in Montgomery County, thank you so much for the bridge repair on Brush Creek. And I think that is going to help even landowners in Floyd County.
Sure.
Where Brush Creek would back up because it couldn't drain through that bridge. I think we're going to have a much better situation in some of our farmland that is in Mr. Cox's district. And we really appreciate the work that was done and how quickly it got done. So thank you. I know that's in the other county, but it still affects many, many folks in Floyd.
Right. Hey, for the record, and just got to make sure we're clear on this, and the Floyd Press's record, Jerry's speeding complaint was not towards me. Some of you will get that, some of you may not. Anyway, I just want to make sure Floyd Press was clear on that. Now, thank you, Mr. Clark, for being here. I got a couple things on the Locust Grove side. The way our agenda is structured, the public comment always comes sort of after you're here. Last last time Mr. Vest on Jerry Lane had some comments about some road issues that he had. He's now been able to get in touch with Mr. Price
Right.
from VDOT.
He's on our office, yeah.
Yeah, so we appreciate that, and I think Mr. Price is going to work with Mr. Vest. Mr. Vest had a packet of information he wanted me to just pass off to
Okay,
you
yep.
before you leave, so. Just sort of his comments and concerns there, so thank you for that. So hopefully Mr. Price can work on that situation.
We chatted about it late yesterday afternoon.
All right, thank you for that. The next one would be on Lick Ridge. About mid-August, we had a complaint about some culverts, and I think maybe you was copied on some emails. Do you know if that got to be looked at as one of the gravel roads?
I believe so. I don't know if it was completely fixed, but I had,
Okay.
it was Mr. Childress, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep, I had Ronald Sowers, our superintendent, give him a call.
Okay.
And I think they've got a plan, if not already taken care of.
Okay, thank you. And
I'll follow back up with Ronald Sowers.
okay, and I'll make sure Mr. Childress is aware of that too. And Stonewall looks nice, the paving job that was done through there. And do you have any update on Goose Creek? I guess it's a bridge
Yeah.
repair out there.
No, I don't know. I don't know how long it was supposed to be. I'll find out. Sometimes they get ahead of schedule. Sometimes they're very conservative with the amount of time they put down there, but I'll find out and send you an email, something like
Okay.
that.
All right, I had a few people asking about that, and I
Yeah.
think that wraps me up.
Just my friend on D Hart store still wants to see us.
We are going to do that.
And I was
One of these
going to
times.
call you in the last week or so, but I've been sort of under the weather, so I've been putting it off. I'll try to get a hold of you next week or so.
Okay, I'll be around.
Work out something.
Yep.
You know, my district, just like everybody else, is these storms has gutted our roads. You know, what gravel it had on them, it's in the side ditch, and then culvert stopped up, so we got a ditch across the road. And,
Right.
you know, it's never ending process. I understand that, but if you could give that some attention,
Okay.
just Special Reese Road and Burks Fork Road and up Adams Branch. I think Adams Branch, part of that's in Carroll County. Boat Mill Road, you know, down and turns left, hooks back around and comes back. Rock Church Road, if I think it is. Rock Hill Church Road or something. Them roads are getting pretty rugged back in there. And your brush cutter, I like that blade a whole lot better than it did that bush hog.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because it does a neater job. It don't
Yes.
mangle everything
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
And,
That's a special crew that we
I
have.
mean, it
It's able
still
to-
does to a certain extent.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta consider it ain't got no guards on it now.
Yeah.
Um,
It'll look better.
But it does a
Month or
good
so,
job,
yeah.
even though he cut down my white oak. Yeah, it's about that big around. I've been sort of petting that, but Will didn't know I was keeping that. But I'll give him a hard time. when I
Yes,
see
please
him.
do that.
So, other than that, I don't have anything other than appreciate all y'all doing. I know with the skeleton crew you got, you're doing a good job.
Yep. Yeah, it's a constant hiring process, it seems, these days.
The only thing I thought when they was doing 221 there at New Harvest Ministry, I was hoping they'd drop on down and redo that bridge down there, but they went on by it, and I still get people complaining about that.
That may be something we have to take care of out of a residency instead of hoping that our paving contract will take care of it.
My 20-foot stock trailer holds it pretty good, but my 16-foot
Does it?
bounce.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but anyway, you know, if you look at it and sort of see what y'all can do. But other than that, I don't have anything.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Didn't have
Thanks,
one more
David.
thing, did I?
No,
Mark that down.
let's get our tech students in here. Yeah. Appreciate y'all's patience. We're running a little bit late. So. I'll let you handle this. You know, so.
All right, we'll start this out and just, if you didn't see the sheriff's in the back too, for y'all.
Yeah, I seen him back there.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't want to be rude and not recognize his presence. So, if I might, so it's, as you recall, quite some time ago, the registrar came by and talked to us about, well, I can even go further back than that, I think. There are a number of requirements that we need to meet to make sure our elections are safe and secure and all of those kind of things. And we started doing some of this work when we had a third-party vendor. They were candidly not all that helpful, so that's part of why we don't have that vendor anymore. And Chris has been working with Amy and the Board of Elections on moving several things forward. And then the state has been kind enough to provide some assistance through these two folks working with Chris on reviewing some of our cybersecurity situations. And while they focus primarily on election things, there are a lot of other elements that are a part of this. And they're going to just do kind of a brief overview and let you know what they've been up to and those kind of things. And then there's actually about 400 pages of report that goes along with this. So over time, we're gonna let them go on to be students, and then over the next several months, we'll be working with Chris directly to bring different pieces of that to you that need to be reviewed by the board, potentially become a part of our policies and procedures and those kind of things. But wanted to have the opportunity to have these nice folks come and chat with you a little bit about what they've done, and really want to thank Chris because he's been kind of their overseer, and he's been doing a lot of work with them and keeping the project going. So I wanted to thank you for that. And with that, is that a good start, Chris?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just hand it off to them.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Make sure that the mic gets between the two of them, or that they dance between the microphone.
Got it.
So it,
Yes.
there we go.
Okay.
That way everybody
Thank
can
you.
hear.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Zoe Lyons.
I'm Brian Kim.
Yes, and we were the two interns this summer to help out here at Floyd County with our Cyber Navigators program. We can go to the next one. So we kind of wanted to give you guys a process of what the internship looked like. Chris was our main communicator for this summer, and he was the one that sent us a timeline at the beginning of the summer, kind of going over what our expectations are for each week and what the work week was going to look like in terms of that. We had our daily stand-ups every morning at 9 o'clock, and we only had about 6-hour work days just because there was a cap on our limit to how many hours we could work each week. If you Okay. Well, then we would start with a lot of so Chris and Amy had reviewed the LESS compliance that you guys were either meeting the standard or not meeting the standard before we had gotten here. And that was what we really used as the foundation to everything that we were working on this summer. So there was a lot of templates that were given to us by the Virginia Department of Elections, things like that. And that really helped us set up different policy standards, plans, and procedures to help you guys out with, future policy and other implementations that you'll need to keep you on track for if another cyber attack happens or things like that. So we reviewed a lot of the LESS compliance, and then we were able to really start from scratch with a lot of these things just because there was a lack of certain policy that was already developed here in Floyd, which honestly helped us out because we were able to make sure that if you guys hit certain things for our LESS compliance, then we were able to just put that right in, or if you didn't have something, we were able to add it very easily.
Okay,
Our next slide.
okay, so these are the policies that we worked on throughout this entire summer. Most of these are ready for implementation and working through it. I'm pretty sure that means that we checked on the checklist. Most of these were pretty much crossed up, so we just needed to write them up just to make sure they exist and have them for reference?
So we had a lot of templates for all of these policies, again, that were handed to us. A lot of them, so one of the specific ones that I thought was the most important was the data classification one, which was one of the first policies that we wrote about, kind of putting all of the data or information that you guys are passing along or sending. It kind of classifies them into restricted, confidential, certain things like that, so that you know what to do when you're passing along that information, and how long those documents, could maybe be in the printer, and kind of what is going to keep you the safest and make sure that your information is kept safe as well. So on top of that, again, a lot of these are still, as Brian stated earlier, they're going to be able to be implemented pretty quickly. And then going to the further plans and standards, they are kind of still under construction. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, prior to, most of the policies are done except for, and like ready for implementation, except for, I think there were a few that Chris made sure that we knew about, such as the incident management policy, which would have been implemented alongside, I think it was the incident response plan. Mm-hmm. So we're still waiting on that.
Yeah, there's a couple things, again, that you guys are going to have to look at, add to it, whatever it is, that we couldn't exactly help out with as much. So, okay, next one. So these are the plans that we went over this summer as well. The disaster recovery, I know, is still under construction a little bit, as well as the incident response. The BIA is also kind of at that point, just because, again, there's a couple other things that needed to be added, to be looked at. I know that there's lawyers to talk to, things like that, in order to make sure that this is able to get to the implementation phase. Okay.
Oh, and yeah. So, as I mentioned before, the incident response plan isn't quite finished yet. I think Chris said he was going to talk to a few more people, get some signatures and information about it.
Yeah, I'll go on ahead and cut in. So one of the things that we're dancing around right now is that a lot of these plans that were given to us, the templates were really great. There was also a really excellent audit that we had to kind of go off of the creation of a lot of this documentation, being the LESS. That's the Locality Election Security Standards audit. And Amy and I had completed that audit when I came on board, maybe 3 or 4 months after I came on board. And essentially what we were able to do was look at every single document that we needed to have stood up to meet the standard, and also just a lot of standards of operating procedures, those SOPs that we need to have in place. And given that there was almost an entirely blank slate when I came on, the creation process was really intense for a lot of this stuff. And some of the plans and standards, like the disaster recovery plan, continuity plan, incident response plan, I think, the plans we had spent maybe 3 or 4 weeks on over the course of this 10-week internship. And the barrier to completing that is putting a lot more time and effort and resources into making sure that at every department level that all of these plans make sense. When we started this internship, we kind of had the idea that this was just going to be tailoring documentation just for the electoral board to get them in compliance. But when I first met with Zoe and Brian, it became a much larger picture of this actually needs to exist at the county level, because we don't have any of our departments living as like estranged stepchildren, to where they have different cybersecurity infrastructure, different really networking infrastructure too. So when it came to this, the disaster recovery plan, incident response plan, that really needs a lot of collaboration between me and the emergency management head, me and every department head, me going down to the commissioner of revenue and saying, like, okay, if there's a breach here in your department, what is your disaster recovery plan? So we have a base that we have created for essentially that we can apply to the whole county. And where we're going to leave it in its construction phase is where we'll actually be able to start applying that to each department. And that's a part of a larger plan that the interns won't necessarily be a part of because of the time and scope of it. But so that everything makes sense with how they're saying, like, we're leaving certain policies in construction, certain plans in construction. A lot of the policies, this big page, this is almost entirely, good to implement tomorrow if we wanted. We'll obviously have to meet with our legal counsel and go through all of the implementation things. But essentially, they've produced an incredible amount of work for us, and I'm going to hand the presentation back over to them.
Thank you. Or we can go to the next slide. Yeah, sorry for not clarifying that earlier about what was under compliance or not under compliance, things like that. So our standards, these were, we kind of started from a clean slate, scratch with this one, just because we weren't given any templates or anything that, they had passed down to us. However, we did, again, look at the Cove and the LESS standards that you guys were meeting and not meeting, and then we tried to rectify that in all of these. So the biggest one I thought was the physical environment and the password management. Password management is extremely important in today's day and age just because passwords are so easily hacked. They're very easy to, guess somebody's birthday or their family name or something like that they use as their passwords. And we wanted to help you guys make sure that you're at a point where you know how often you need to change passwords, what the character limit is, things like that, and setting that standard from what the locality elections department was saying that we needed to have, and then also making sure that there was more added to that, so that you guys, again, were hitting that standard. You were making sure that you were meeting everything that you needed to. And physical environment. Okay, and then the physical environment, physical security is also extremely important. So this kind of went into, what your backup generators look like. We did a lot of that when we had our on-site visits, and making sure that, your offices were secure, what sort of things. I know Amy had talked about certain authentication measurements that she wanted to implement in her office and in that area. And so we kind of put that into that as well to make sure that your physical environment is as secure as your cyber network.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that personally, I also believe that personnel security management was an important standard since so in the personnel security standard, what we try to write was if we get like government workers or maybe contract workers and what's like stopping them from like possibly sharing information or like inside information. But if we have some sort of like a contract or some sort of like agreement that's signed, we can somehow prevent that, and that's all written down in the personnel security management standard. But it's sort of still in the rough draft stage where some of these things inside the standards have not also been implemented.
Mm-hmm. I know that the physical and environmental protection is under construction, and then so is the maintenance standard up here, as well as a couple other more, because these were the last things that we worked on this summer. So with the time limit and everything, we weren't able to completely put them into proposal form and things like that. All right, next slide. Procedures, it was just the audit and accountability. Not too much to speak on that one. I know that Chris has a lot more specific work to do on that from his side of things. But yes, that was our procedure.
Yeah, for clarification, we did not do a whole lot of work. There's a standard and a procedure for audit and accountability, and that is going to be something that I do a lot of work with Steve with, given that that's going to be kind of the avenue that we would be going down that with. But we do have these baselines created.
And then over the summer, again, just a couple other things to touch on. We had a total of 3 on-site visits where we attended some more electoral board meetings, and we kind of learned our way around Floyd. We took some voting system equipment inventory And we also made sure to look at things like around the courthouse. Chris showed us some of the security measures that you guys had in there, and the physical security aspect of it, which is cool to learn and see. And then again, meeting everybody here in the office, things like that. And overall, we hope to have improved the policies and standards that you guys have here in Floyd to make sure that you're a little bit more cyber and physically secure. And then we know that there's still a lot of work to be done, but we hope that we helped out a little bit over the summer for you guys in the future. That's it. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you for your time and effort this summer of working on that with Chris. And Chris, thank you for partnering up and getting that worked out. So thank y'all.
So I know this was a very important project, and I want to know from your perspective, how did you feel about this experience and working for us?
I thought it was, at least me personally, I can't speak for
Yeah,
Ryan.
both of you, please. Yes.
Me personally, I thought it was a great experience. I definitely learned a lot this summer from just looking at a smaller locality in Virginia that's so close to my school that I'd never even heard of beforehand, which was my ignorance. But it was great to see how this process worked, especially with your elections. And I know that you guys have had a history of like the ransomware attack and everything like that. So it was really great to be able to learn from that experience, to see what you guys were doing in terms of, trying to remediate things that happened because of that, and what you were doing because of those events in the past. But yes, overall, I thought it was great. Floyd County it's a beautiful town, so it was nice to be here.
It was really an eye-opening experience for me coming from Northern Virginia in the region where cybersecurity and IT is just very abundant in general around those counties. So it was really surprising to see like the smaller counties and seeing how their, I guess, sort of standards were in IT and cybersecurity as well.
And do you realize the importance that your work will have here on our county in terms of election security? And it sounds like it's going to be even taken further into general policies within our department.
We're grateful to be able to have helped you guys out. That's for sure.
We were definitely sort of told like the importance, and we sort of realized throughout working here how important it is to get all these things started out so the county can later take them further out.
Well, I mean, we are being told that we have to do this from the Commonwealth of Virginia. So we understand how important it is, and we're just, no. We're just really excited that you were able to help us out. I know it has helped Chris, I'm sure, immensely to have a lot of this work, done. And I also want to thank you, Chris, for your work, and also Amy in terms of working together with the crew as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chris was a really big component of this. He was really, really helpful with everything.
Answer all our questions.
Yes, right. All of our constant questions.
There you go.
I really appreciate all your work in getting our county up to compliance, and I know it takes much younger brains than mine to comprehend the task at hand. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank you, and I guess this question goes to all three of you. What do you see as our biggest obstacle ahead of reaching our goal? And I say that because usually there's something somewhere that throws us off track. So do you see anything on the tracks ahead of us as potential problems, or?
Chris, so I think resource wise, like Chris definitely needs an assistant. Stand at meetings.
Oh, no. Chris is not going to comment. What's your post, Chris, to get you
No, I think I think in all seriousness, it kind of is a eye-opening thing. There's a lot of documentation that there's been tremendous amount of work put in, but simply put, I'm kind of at my limit of all the things that I can possibly do for the county within the 60 to 70 hours a week I usually work. So it is kind of like putting in a lot of the maintenance and monitoring that will be required to make sure that when we get audited, that we can say that we're upholding all of these standards. That's going to be something that we'll need to look at further at a bigger picture at a future time. But a lot of the things that we could stand up right now here today, I don't think that there's a whole lot of barriers. There's going to need to be some resources and time given to take a lot of these plans and standards through the completion of their construction phase. But with the great amount of work that we've had so far, I think that we're truly on the downhill slope of the creation of all of this policy. I mean, I think in total there's been, just on their work output, 600 hours over the course of the summer that they've put in, 300 hours each, and then, you know, however many hours I've put into it as well. So I think that we're definitely getting close to the 800, 900 hours of production that was put into all of this policy. So we're definitely on the downhill as far as needing. But I do think that, you know, maybe, yes, an assistant would be great, especially just for the monitoring so that we can actually have our CYA in place.
Do you think you'll be all right in this budget year?
Oh, I think that that's not a choice that I have.
But if we start talking about an assistant, can we put it off till the next budget?
I see absolutely no issue with that.
Okay.
I think that a lot of these policies will probably take until then for implementation, just getting the legal stuff sorted out. Things like our disaster recovery plan, actually practicing said disaster recovery plan, it's going to be a really large scope, the implementation of some of these. So, yeah, time and resources are essentially going to be some of the roadblocks we'll see.
And with some of these security measures, is going to be a certain amount of education of other employees and staff as well.
Yeah, the beautiful thing is that, you know, we've had 3 eyes on all of the documentation over the entire summer. Me being more of a senior cybersecurity expert versus them being more on the younger end of cybersecurity experts. You know, we've been looking at a lot of things, and there's always been the question that we ask is like, if I didn't have my IT experience, would we be able to understand this? And I think that there's been a tremendous amount of work put into the documentation to make it really not necessarily readable, but understandable by 100% of our staff that uses IT equipment. I think if you can use your email, you'll be able to understand a lot of the documentation that were put into place, with the exception of maybe some of the things like the disaster recovery plan, to where really it's just going to be the stakeholders that are going to need to understand that at a higher level. Maybe not necessarily everyone who uses their email, but at least their managers. So there's definitely some education that'll go into it.
So given my experience and you know my know-how, so you're saying I could understand it if I picked it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Everybody else will be fine. Thank y'all for your work and your dedication for all 3 of you. That was all my questions.
Okay. I know we've been blessed to get Chris, you know, because after we was hacked, the company that was helping us got us to a certain point and they were sort of bleeding us. So, and we found Chris, and, you know, he has worked hard. He's got the credentials, and I'm sure he's blessed to have y'all to help him. And I appreciate all the work that y'all put in, and look forward to seeing y'all in the future.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just going to ask, what y'all's majors?
BIT cyber.
BIT cyber.
So
Okay.
business information technology
Gotcha.
with a focus in cybersecurity.
Well, we wish you much success in the future.
So as this turned into bringing us up to standards for election, and I guess this goes to Chris and the other 2, how do you think this across the board? You keep talking about disaster recovery, and that came out of the election, but it sort of gives us a broader look at what we have to do as a county, not just from a cyber attack point of view, but overall with SOPs, as you mentioned. And these are all things that sort of came out of this sort of in-depth look. Would you agree? I mean,
Yeah, so I think that, when we started putting our heads in the documentation, the biggest thing that we had to help us was the LESS. And it was just an honest audit, a no harm, no foul audit that Amy is required to do every year. I believe it was called something else. But now it's called the LESS.
and that's out of the state election board of elections,
And
right?
essentially, the questionnaire that was answered gave us a lot of things to think about. And some of them were just true or false questions, like, do you have a current and existing disaster recovery plan for your network? And the answer was no. But it kind of starts this greater question of, well, all of this needs to, at minimum, exist just on top of Amy's department, the general registrar and everyone underneath of it, with the CV being kind of diagonal to that. And then, but if we're going to put all of that effort into ensuring that she can continue doing safe and secure elections here, there's not necessarily a marginal amount of effort, but it's in the realm of definitely worth it to just apply it to the whole county.
Right. And that's kind of what I wanted to sort of hear you articulate.
Yeah, so, and especially when we started talking about, because there was about a week or so to where we were thinking, well, let's just make all of this to where it can, at minimum, just sit on top of the electoral board. And then if the board of supervisors feels, like they want to implement it, let's implement it upstairs as well.
Right.
And then we scrapped that at about week 2 and then just decided, let's just do this right.
Because it is interconnected.
Yeah, so we just decided we were going to do it right the first time.
Right. Well, again, thank you.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I would ask these folks to tell you where they are from and where some of their other background. They're unique folks for us to have employed, so I thought you'd enjoy knowing that.
You can go ahead, Ryan.
As in where you're from, as in like. So I'm from Northern Virginia, around like the Gainesville area. So I'm definitely seeing a lot of like IT people, a lot of cyber. My dad works in IT. My uncle works in IT. My cousins work in IT. So it's pretty much a family thing. So it's definitely a lot of. So like I said, it was pretty eye-opening to come down to such a small county where IT is not such a big emphasis.
I live in Northern Virginia in McLean, so right by Langley CIA. But I was originally born in California. I have no cyber background whatsoever. Both my parents are government, and we've kind of moved around a lot. So not really too big on this, but tech has a really great program, and I thought that would benefit me later in my career.
Are you both graduating? Excuse me.
I graduate in December of 2023, so next year.
Yeah, I'm graduating this spring, 2023, so next semester.
Well, families in IT work.
Yes, sir.
I can imagine y'all's Sunday dinners.
It's not IT talk.
Yeah, so
Thank you. Thank you.
everybody talking IT.
Here it's Kathy. Yeah. So, cheers. Thank you very much for all your work and for coming on out today. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Amy. And if I might take also a moment of personal privilege to introduce you to our year-long intern, since we're doing interns today. This is Gracie. And so she's she's going to be working with us. You all recall she's also Virginia Tech and is working with us 20 hours every week, pretty much through the whole academic year. And so we have loaded her up with a ton of different projects. And so she's going to be here. She is working remotely on Mondays and is here Tuesdays and Thursdays. And if you want to tell just a little bit, if I might, Mr. Chair, about your background, and then we'll get to share.
Yeah, so I actually graduated from Virginia Tech with my undergrad, my bachelor's in agribusiness. Currently there for my master's in public administration with an agriculture policy focus. First person to go through the program focused in agriculture. I am from a beef cattle farm back home in Louisa County. So small counties are very much my thing. I think Louisa only has 2 stoplights. So very, very small, but I'm so happy to be here. I interned with the Virginia Farm Bureau this summer. Absolutely love that as well. So everything agriculture, farming is up my alley, and I'm really excited to work with Floyd County. So thank you.
So, sir, our young student.
Welcome, Gracie.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And thank you for coming out again. Appreciate it.
It is always here, Brian. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. I don't continue being here, otherwise I would.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Oh, yes.
Anybody need a break before we go into public comment? Oh, Brian, come on, Brian.
Let me do that.
How soon I forget.
I'm just here for a check-in anyway, so.
I didn't want to hear what you had to say anyways. Already had a preamble to it.
Well, just our typical check-in day. We got one deputy position open. We got one that's transferring to animal control where we had a position open there. He will start there in October. I forget which day, but October coming up. And then, of course, once we get him transitioned in there, we'll start expanding our hours of operation at animal control open to the public. So we're pretty excited about that, trying to keep that going. But other than that, things seem to be going well at the sheriff's office for now. And hopefully it will stay that way. So that's about all I got.
If you can keep them at work.
Yeah.
They're going on vacation.
That's true. Well, it's that time of the year, though. It's the vacation time of the year, and hopefully we can keep everybody healthy. So
I think he had a blast when he went to Washington.
That's a training that's talked about all over the United States, I believe, and I never got to go when I was on the TAC team, so I'm kind of jealous myself. But since becoming sheriff, they kicked me off the TAC team, which I'm still upset about. But it happens. It happens. That's for sure.
Yeah. Thank you for what you and everybody do. I know it's sometimes a thankless job, but we do appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
If I can, Linda and I received an email.
Uh-oh, here's the butt.
And it concerns animal control. And I don't know if I can find it or not, but it was a suggestion by a couple of the people that actually go over and do some work.
Mm-hmm.
They were suggesting to put in a fenced-in area on, I'm guessing, this end of the animal shelter, where they could actually take animals out into this area and exercise them.
Well, I know Dale had mentioned about having like an open lot to be able to, for people to walk animals when they're trying to, instead of the interior in the shelter or on a leash. They had talked about having a confined area.
Could you and Dr. Millsaps maybe get together and talk that out? I'll forward the emails to you and you can pass it on, or Linda can forward it.
Yeah, I've got it, right.
If you've got yours up, if you can forward it to her.
Is that basically what it is, just a confined area to?
Yeah, fenced in area, but want your input, Dr. Millsap's input, the animal control officer's input is more than just us making a decision here that sounds good and do it. Want y'all to look at it and before all right, that would be my way of doing that, Linda. Since it was addressed to us too, before we bring it up for discussion or anything with the board, maybe y'all get together and look at pros and cons.
It's a very sincere letter. There is someone who is willing to be donating charitable funds for the help in this. I don't know if it's the whole thing, but I guess it came to a head when we've recently had some puppies come in. And that has been, it's hard to really showcase puppies if they're all, they get nervous. And so if they were out in an area where they could walk, people would tend to maybe want to, adopt them easier than little puppies being, in a cage. So I will send this on and, there you go.
Like I said, it's it's already been somewhat discussed on trying to have an exterior run. One, just for the exercise factor of the animals.
Right.
Just you got to decide which animals can get along and which ones can't. But then at that point, if somebody wants to come adopt, that gives them a chance to walk the animal, maybe play with the animal outside.
And even just see the, interaction, especially with puppies.
And of course, there's some that you wouldn't want to take out there or allow volunteers or anybody else to take out there. There's a sorting process in that.
Well, I worked at the Portsmouth Humane Society for 2 years, and we had escape artists.
Right.
So, trust me, I remember our escape artist dogs that animal control would have to catch numerous times.
Yeah. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say thanks for showing up for work every day and all your officers for showing up, that we appreciate everybody and what you do.
Sounds good. Thank you all. One thing I didn't mention was the school side of it. Right now school seems to be going pretty well, at least from a law enforcement standpoint. We got SROs currently in every school, but of course, Indy Valley and Willis is still split. We do have a part-timer that is at Willis, and so which helps the Indy Valley deputy go back and forth. But we were excited to get the grant again for our SRO. That helped out, so we just keep on pushing forward. But thank y'all for all that you do. I had a question just from back in the past when I was doing that type of work. When gas raised up pretty high back in the late 2000s or something, we had seen a rise in some of our property crimes and stuff. Have y'all noticed any of that with the prices of gas and stuff going up? Right now, we're still kind of steady on, we're not really in an advanced bell curve or everything still seems to be kind of going for normal. So no, from that standpoint, we haven't seen just this big, rush of thefts of thefts, scrap, all that. So we are having them, but it's not, I know it seemed like there when that was going on, you may still be in. I mean, seems like every week we had probably 2 old vehicles stolen out of people's yards. And ironically, some of the farmers like, that's just awesome.
Yeah.
They've been wanting to get rid of it for years. Their spouses are like, yeah, but regardless, it's their property and people don't need to be swiping it. But no, we haven't seen that yet. So hopefully you just didn't start the trend. Hope not. Y'all still doing some dumpster enforcement? We are. Yeah. We shut it down. We're getting ready to open it right back up. So now with the new budget year, so we're ready to roll on it. They may actually started last weekend.
I did have one more thing. Knock it off the calendar. I actually used, and I don't want you to go into detail about the case. I know in one of your cases, you had to retrieve some evidence from various pawn shops.
Yes, all over the East Coast.
You foresee in reality recouping that cost in any way, or is that going to be the cost of doing business?
I would not be the individual to ask on that just yet. Can't really kind of push that information out because I don't know the financial background of the suspects yet. Regardless, any of that restitution should be put in their court order. So, from that standpoint, will it be put in there? Yes, it should be, but that would be more of an Eric Branscombe conversation than a me.
I didn't mean to put you.
No, it's fine. But typically what I see with the Commonwealth's attorney is that would be a restitution issue, is part of his probation, his or her probation. It's normally how it works.
Got educated again. Learn every day.
Yep. Keep up the good work.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank all of your deputies and staff as well. Staff does a lot of work.
We appreciate y'all. Y'all do a lot of work. So
yeah,
well. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Right?
Yeah, thank
Take about a 5-minute break. Then we have public comments.
We think we're gonna try to get back to order.
Excuse me.
Yeah. And if anybody,
Yeah, I got you.
so I have two people that have signed up to speak. Is there anybody else?
No.
I clarified that.
Okay. Thank you.
If you need to go to work, go ahead.
No.
I know it's a woman.
No.
We'll call the meeting back,
Just going to enjoy the moment.
Oh, we really
There
are.
you
There you go.
call the meeting back in session. That's all right. That's all right. You need to go out or,
No.
oh, okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay, no. I'm used to people interrupting me, so that's okay. All righty, it is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicapping conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know that in order that arrangements can be made. When you come up to speak, state your name, district you're from, limit your comments to 4 minutes. You got a sign-up sheet?
Yes, sir. We do have a sign-up sheet, and then with two folks' names on it. In addition, we have 2 letters that have been sent in that folks have requested they be read, and they were informed that if their letter went more than 4 minutes, it's 4 minutes for everybody, whether you're here or you send it in, just to make sure it's consistent. So, Mr. Chair, the first name I have on the list is Gerald Vest.
You got 2 vests here today.
Oh, we're in trouble.
I don't have a whole lot to say. I'm not gonna go through all the stuff that I went through last month. All I'm gonna say is,
Sir, can we get you closer to the microphone? There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I went through the whole spiel last month, and I won't do that today. And I want to thank y'all for sending the information to VDOT. I want to thank Levi for making sure Mr. Clark got a copy this morning, because he didn't want it last month. So, and I don't think he probably didn't want it this morning, but anyway, Levi made sure he got one, and I appreciate that. Y'all thanked Mr. Clark, and 91 of us on Jerry Lane don't have anything to be thankful for. I'm just going to come right out and say it. So, we have been ignored, basically. Everything's been ignored until a week after I was here. They put down maybe a half a load of gravel and a little bit of tar, and it's already coming. The holes are already back. Not as deep yet, but they will be. But anyway, on the other side of that, I did have a discussion with one of his employees yesterday, Mr. Chris Price, yesterday afternoon, and I heard Mr. Clark say that he had spoken to him about what we talked about, and we basically discussed about everything that I had on my list. And I ain't going to say he's promised anything, but he told me that he would check into the pavement, and he would check into the traffic, have a traffic count study. In other words, like we used to put the rope across the road to see how much traffic. And he said he could determine which ones were trucks and which ones were cars. So that's good. Speed reduction we talked about a little bit, and I think we agreed on that. As Mr. Clark said this morning, the tree trimming, bush cutting, he said they were in Giles and they'd be back in Floyd County in a couple weeks, maybe 3. Then he would make sure that they were scheduled to do the brush cutting that we need to have done. And the drainage, I heard y'all talking about how the road's getting washed out with these storms we're having. But a lot of that, where I live, is drainage issues. They don't clean the culverts out. They don't clean the ditches out. So there's nowhere for the water to go. It has to go down the road or out somebody's driveway. So that's their fault, because, and Mr. Price agreed with me yesterday that we were way behind on routine maintenance. So I believe we will get some of that. Now, as far as the pavement,
And these trucks, I don't know what's gonna happen. We talked about some school bus signs because we had a child almost get struck by a car getting on a school bus. We had 2 dogs get killed, vehicles being damaged. So all of these things were safety issues that needs to be addressed immediately. And I think Mr. Price agreed with me on most of that. Now, when or what will happen, transpire, I don't know. But I tried to get in touch with him 3 or 4 times. And the only reason I got him yesterday is his secretary didn't ask me my name. So he picked up the phone. And he probably wish he hadn't, but anyway, that's where we are. And if I see any improvement between now and next month, maybe you won't see me next month.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Dan Vest, Locust Grove District. First of all, I'm gonna be a big man here. I'll say I made a mistake the other week. I should have brought this up, and if y'all read this, you could probably correct it. This is a site plan for Floyd Fest at Chet. I said 700 parking spaces. That was just, I misspoke. That was 700 just for staff and vendor parking and RV. If you add all this up, it's well over 7,000 parking spaces on 200 acres. This is a great read. I don't know if any of you guys have this, but you can get it through a FOIA just like we did, or we can send it to you. It's great information to have. Also on that property, there are 9 wetlands and 11 streams. Also through another FOIA we just got through the DEQ, there's bog turtles on this property. Bog turtles are an endangered species, Floyd County and the state, and they're in our comprehensive plan as being protected. Just thought I'd let you know that. Now I could talk about this all day. It's tons of issues here that will go on. Save that for a later date. Interesting, the old adage is if you want to learn about something, get away from the issue a little bit. This is an article from the Martinsville Bulletin by Mr. Bill Wyatt. And basically the article goes in as a summary of a Board of Supervisors meeting and the report on August 29th in Patrick County. And in this thing, this gives basically a summary. But if you want to go to YouTube and look at the real report, it's interesting to say some statements that were made in there. In that statement, Patrick County Tourism and Recreation Director James Halchins reported, that he had a booth up at Floyd Fest this year, and he actually spoke to Mr. Pickett, who owns the Floyd Fest property that they had it on up there. And he wasn't really sad to see Floyd Fest go. Go check it out for yourself. Also, Mr. Halchins talked to Sam Calhoun. He reported in this meeting. And he was surprised about this as well as I am, that Sam Calhoun reported that he pays Patrick County roughly $12,000 a year for taxes collected on that site. So I got my answer partially, what a community's worth, $12,000. Be glad to show this to you. You can look it up. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
This letter was sent on September 4th. Oh, excuse me. September 4th, 2022, and it's signed and asked and given permission to read this letter, signed by Isabel and Jeffrey Ditzel. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, from 1924 Hummingbird Lane, Copper Hill, Virginia. Regarding Floyd Fest, about 20 years ago, my wife and I moved away from the then rural, agricultural, quiet, and peaceful area south and west of Miami, Florida, known as the Redlands. We did so in order to escape the ever-encroaching traffic and population of the city. We considered ourselves very fortunate to have found the perfect-sized piece of property upon which to build our new home along with a small barn and pastures for our horses. It sits on a beautiful, mostly old tree-lined dirt road, barely 1 lane wide, and surrounded on 3 sides by the Blue Ridge Parkway. We love it here, just the way it is. However, now we see a very dark cloud on the horizon, something that could negatively impact not only our personal, much-loved rural lifestyle, but indeed that of the entirety of Floyd County. Online, I see various census results estimates that indicate the current population of Floyd County being somewhere in the 13.5 to 15.5 range. Again, online, I learned that Floyd Fest has reportedly attracted as many as 15,000 people per day, and that sales recently were capped at 13,500 tickets per day for each of 5 days, resulting in a whopping total of 67,500 participants overall, or about 4 times the population of the entire county. Concerns abound, among others, public health, safety, security issues, environmental pollution of all kinds, including noise, light, water, air, the impact of such a large, albeit temporary, population, many fragile natural resources, vehicular pollution, not only from the literally 1,000s of visiting cars, trucks, campers, and RVs of festival goers, but also those of support staff, workers, bands, and their entourage. The list goes on and on. From our kitchen window, we see tree lines, our small 1-story barn, our 2 horses in their pastures, our 1-lane dirt road on the Blue Ridge Parkway property beyond. On a normal day, we might count 5 to 15 vehicles utilizing this little lane. Some days, especially in the winter when the parkway is technically closed, we may see no cars at all. Our dirt road and many others in the county were never intended to handle heavy usage and abuse from the hundreds of cars the festival will bring. As our little lane from the parkway directly feeds a paved road that leads straight to Route 221. GPS navigation systems would see it as an obvious shortcut for a potentially huge number of vehicles. The residents of our neighborhood should not be made to endure the resulting dust, potholes, noise, congestion, and trash. Consider also the possibilities of the road, due to heavy traffic congestion, becoming inaccessible to fire, police, or rescue vehicles in the case of fire or medical emergencies, whether in the neighborhood or on the adjacent portion of the parkway. As we see this as the first of many events to come to the same site, what permits are required for such large events as this? Who are the permitting authorities, and what are the remedies for permitted rules/regulations broken? Surely a 5-day event of this size and complexity would benefit from the thorough feasibility study addressing the many concerns being raised by residents, paid for by the promoters, with results provided to all county residents along with adequate time for public response. Please do not trade away the rural lifestyle of all our residents for this or any other entrepreneurial endeavor benefiting only a few individuals. At the end of the day, of what benefit is this event to the county and its residents? If something of the size and want me to finish the sentence? And complexity, with all its potential problems and damages, does little or nothing or overall benefit and improve our county. We do not need it. The second, September 9th, 2022, from Yasmin Sonnenberg. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Yasmin Sonnenberg. I am a proud Christian American woman and a firm believer in the constitutional and democratic process. I own a house and property on Timberline Road, Locust Grove District. First, I want to say that I strongly support the request made twice by Ms. Kelly Yates to appoint 2 independent committees. Second, I am either present at the meetings or I watch them. I have never seen or heard any disrespectful behavior or comments made by public attendees during these meetings. If anybody has, please point it out to me. Meetings are recorded. It is easy to do. I am sorry Mr. Terman feels the attendees are disrespectful, but we are not talking about feelings or interpretation, but facts. During the August 9, 2022 meeting, Mr. Wolson talked about law enforcement issues at the current Floyd Fest locations, drugs, traffic issues. During the following meeting, Mr. Turman had several comments about Mr. Wilson had said, but no mention was made about the law enforcement issues, and yet this will greatly affect all in Floyd if Floyd Fest is allowed to relocate to Czech. During August 9th meeting, Mr. Wilson, who was self-composed and very professional at all times, said, I quote from the video, "The qualification states that you must reside in Floyd County. Now, Linda, I believe your address is 539 Dobbins Hollow. I checked with the post office and several websites, and every time it comes up, it's in Montgomery County, and it says you must reside in Floyd County. So I'm just wondering why you're allowed to sit up there." End quote. Mr. Turman interpreted it as, you lied about Linda. You made a statement that was illegally serving on the board, that she was illegally serving on the board. And what to say about Mr. Turman pointing his finger at Mr. Wilson and saying, I quote, "I'm the chairman, it's my rules, my house," end quote. Every statement reported here are taken word by word from the recordings of the meetings that are available to all on YouTube. In all this, we must all make sure we have Floyd County and its residents' well-being in mind and stop the bickering. Let's not interrupt, judge, or try and instill wrong ideas, zoning coming to Florida. Let's work together for the benefit of all in the county, not only of a few who will financially benefit from Floyd Fest relocating to Czech. It would be nice if the residents had answers to their questions. Here is one. Is it possible to say no to the relocation to Floyd Fest to a prime agricultural land close to residents where they will disturb an entire community without implementing zoning? I request that any development of Floyd Fest relocation at 5826 Floyd Highway North be halted and no permits issued until the above question is answered and committees requested by Ms. Yates are formed in a democratic process. Looking forward to your prompt response. I thank you for your time. And then she again asked if we'd read this in the meeting.
That's the only two you had.
Yes.
Alrighty, I'll declare the public comment period closed. So, I guess next on our agenda is the old business. And whole lot of closed sessions.
Yes, so, yes, your next item, if you continue down here, is closed sessions related to 2.2 3711A3, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the body. And then 2.2 3711A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And then, Ms. Chair, earlier today, this was amended to include A8, which is consultation with our attorney. And as you see, he is not physically present, but we will be reaching out to him when we move. Yes. So.
Yep.
I make a motion to go into closed session under those sections.
I second.
Motion second, call the roll.
All right. On the motion to move into closed session under A3, A5, and A8, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbrook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, we'll move to closed session.
There we go.
Let's take a motion, come out of closed session.
So moved?
I'll second.
Oh,
Motion to come out of closed session. Ms. Kuchenbuck.
Yes.
Mr. Cox. All right, you are out of closed session.
I'll take a certification motion. We only discuss those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second?
All right, on the motion to certify that we only talked about the things that we said we were going to talk about, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, we took care of all the closed session things. So
You
thank
slow
you.
down, cause we're gonna eat. So you,
Do we need to do it one motion?
do we need to do the, find out?
Yeah, we need to do,
Linda, do we need to do it one where Dana wanted us to do?
yes, the three things. Yes.
Don't all forget it.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So we have been requested by the economic development staff. And maybe if I can try to put together the motion for you based on this note. We change the agenda, we can't just add it.
Yeah, I guess I need to make
Okay.
a motion to amend the agenda for a vote on whatever.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second, call a roll.
On our EDA request, staff request.
Okay, amend agenda EDA staff request. All right, and that was Mr. Booth
That's
and
what
then
you
Ms.
said.
Cookenbook? Is that how that
what you
went?
said, Jay?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. All right, on the motion to amend your agenda to include an item, a vote on an item requested by the EDA staff. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right. So your agenda is amended, and the request relates to an economic development prospect. And the actions would be the following: the approval of revised Appendix A. Also authorizing a letter or email from the county administrator confirming certain provisions. And then number 3, authorizing the county administrator to sign off on the title page of the plans/bid documents. All
Do-
3 of those items.
Do they need to be done individually, some of them?
I don't believe so.
It's all part of the whole.
All part of the whole package?
And it relates to the phase 2 road expansion and utilities.
Thank you.
It's. What time?
Right. What?
Yeah.
So,
I make that motion.
motion?
I'll second.
Motion is second, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to authorize the staff to move, well, first of all, for you all to approve revision of Appendix A and authorize a letter or email from the county administrator and also sign off by the administrator on the title page of plans as it relates to Phase 2. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, we will move forward with that. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chair. All right. We have some other things, but you want to just let everybody get their lunch and we can, we'll go ahead and move with,
I guess.
get lunch. And Kevin can start doing his thing, explaining as we finish up lunch, and we can circle back on some of our other items later. things, and then when we wrap that up, we can finish up a couple of business items we have.
All righty, we can eat and then ignore him too. So. No, whatever.
That's right. And a lot of it. The motion made.
Yeah.
Good, this Saturday. Very well.
All right. So it's been a little while, right? Everybody remember that what we talked about last time? All the budget numbers that we shared. But we did have a good conversation, go on, and it was really just kind of taking us back to that time. A lot of that conversation was about setting the base knowledge across the board, I guess, for section about priorities, where you all want to spend some time and energy and direct staff in the future. And then it came right up against heavy budget season, so I had to pause for a little while. Here we are now, ready to resume that conversation about figuring out what priorities look like. And Linda and I were talking about how to frame this right. And I think the right order for that kind of conversation about priorities, it should really be fed in the values of the community. So we're going to do two things today. First is we're going to have an exercise where we identify what we think is community values of Floyd County. Doesn't have to necessarily be what your values are of Floyd County, but what you think might be commonly held values. There's no right or wrong answers on that. So we'll go through an exercise identifying those with cards, get them up here, and find some commonalities, and then we'll use those as kind of maybe the banner as we're identifying some project priorities. That'll be our second piece. We'll look at some projects for the county upcoming. And then we'll go to the prioritization with those things. So, first thing then, there's really values of Floyd County. And if we're using this, I'm using this sticky wall over here. Are y'all able to see if I put cards up here? Yeah, okay. And I'll be able to share them, like, we'll talk through them, so you also have some reference. So everybody has cards on them at your spot there, and you got markers. And what we'll ask you to do is take a couple minutes and work on your own. Think about, I say, what do you think are community values of Floyd County? Go ahead and write down on a card what you think those values are. So, listen to that, but anyway, each card, I want you to write big on it. And then at most, see if you can keep your values to 2 words. So it's not a sentence or a phrase, just put 2 words if you can, keep that. And 1 idea per card, 1 value per card. And we'll get multiple values per person up there. No limit on cards. If you feel like you really want to communicate a lot today, go for it. If you feel like these are the 2 cards I want to put up, that's fine as well. So I'll give you an example to go off of. Rural lifestyle. That's probably the value. It's kind of thing. Stole that. Hey, rural lifestyle.
Right,
Yep.
right, yeah, seriously.
The simple one. How's that?
Yeah, seriously, that's what I was gonna.
So yeah, take a couple minutes, write some cards down, and then we'll keep them all up on the board here. If you need more cards, after you get those 2.
Fire gun.
I think I'm talking about this.
Well,
You want?
At least. Good with that. $30 or so. What's that to this? Right, why don't you look at your cards and, what I think your top two here. I'll take the top two first. Yeah, we'll get them all up there, but top two out there. Right.
And then come around the table. That's it.
Thank you. Work ethics.
Yeah, we're long on with them.
Family values. Work. Family. Didn't see that coming, that back to back like that.
Tell the two old fogies get there.
Heritage. Religion. Generational caring. Sense of individuality. Agricultural. Community-oriented citizens.
And they're all tied together.
They really are.
They are.
Is that right?
That's crazy.
That all
This shows exactly what we saw at the,
10
we're all different, but
they
yet
all-
we all have the same, look at that.
and it all ties into the one picture.
He's like, you're doing my job.
Guys on the same page.
That's what you said the last time.
What about, yeah, I did. What about your next card? Next, like, couple priorities, if you have. You have them, they aren't duplicative. Let's try that.
Oh,
too.
they can't be up there already?
Yeah, let's try that.
I don't know.
Once you look and see if there are some that are not up there yet that you want to put up there.
Yeah, no, I don't think these two are really.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, we got 3.
I'll leave my family here.
Okay, yep. They look very well represented. Okay. Property autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom.
There you go.
Caring community. Good neighbors. I'm just doing this by handwriting here, we'll see. Peaceful and quiet. Diverse. Helping. Artistic. All right. Yeah. Any others you want to add up there that are not represented yet that would be community values? Down in the two of those. You can write one down too if it's not up there yet.
You got helping, so that's under that. Good
I
neighbors,
mean, is that,
all
is
the hand in
that,
hand.
I mean, could that be? I mean,
Agricultural, I think we.
yeah,
we
what do
got
have?
it.
What
It's up there. Agriculture.
Oh, you had agriculture? All right, bring it back.
Throw it away.
Rural.
over here.
I talked about rural earlier.
Yeah.
I got up there eventually. Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. It's just like insinuating, right?
Agricultural, let's see,
Small, not large.
small, not large. There you go.
Agricultural, yeah.
And that behind you.
Can you spell that?
Yeah, I can.
I got one more coming.
Oh, you got another one coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. Well done. Entrepreneurial. Absolutely. Very entrepreneurial community.
Yes, indeed.
We was did that, but we couldn't spell it right.
I think I got it.
They put that in the dictionary after you and I got our copy.
I Google.
Any others?
Can we put it in?
Sure. Well, it doesn't need to be exhaustive, but just wanted you all to have the opportunity once a that one. Okay. Yeah, lots of land.
No, love of land.
Love of land. And there's lots of land too, but
So
love
that's-
of land. Yeah.
That's more than agriculture.
Looks like rural.
Yeah.
Yes. Freedom. Yeah.
A lot of passion for place here. Sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so the next question is about projects that you all elected officials oversee, financial and overall performance of how those things happen. And we want to use these values as you're thinking about projects that are needed for the community. Whether that's a year, 10 years out, plus from now. And ensure those projects are tying back in appropriate value. The question is about capital projects that the community need over $100,000. Then I'm going to toss it around with $5,000, $50,000, $100,000. If not there, $100,000. Explain that's more, but really that's where the board has to plan for out years, your budgeting process. Less than that, likely it's been a regular budget cycle. But these are the big, that was a good context to that.
And I think how we came to I think the 100,000 was, really not talking about one more people, right? It's either more, those things just kind of happen in this thing. Like a recreation. Recreation building, a new, fire truck. Okay. Kind of thing. Started talking about this, so to me, having lived in different communities, how do you value what the values that we are, what they see the role of see the role of government to be playing towards that. It's kind of what helps drive students. That's about it. And this is also an effort to kind of roll together equipment and capital and thinking further out. Because a lot of times, unfortunately, what happens is we're kind of reacting. What's the most recent thing is broken, as opposed to which leads us with other things. So that's what.
Yeah. So we're gonna do a similar process here when we did with this with cards. I want you all to have time individually to think about what it is that your constituents have talked about, what it is that you've heard in this budget process last year that, gosh, I wish we could have included that, but it's going to take some planning. The time for you to think back about budgeting, think back about what you've heard, constituents, and what you've seen in your role, what's needed. So you can go ahead and write some individual projects. Again, that right big, 2 to 3 words per project at most, and 1 project per card. And we'll do the same process. We'll gather them up, and then we'll go through a prioritization process that'll help inform staff for what they're doing. Recreational and athletic, whatever.
No, the sunscreen. Yeah, these are not necessarily for next week. Yeah, so this would be.
For the week,
Yeah, capital and equipment for drinking and, yeah. But it also is important, it helps us where we. I guess we have to keep everything. Yeah, that's what I.
Or what people talk about.
What people talk about.
So the real context, these are things that you all want to get included in the budget process. Stuff that staff may need to do more research on, get it ready, be introduced into your budget. But really what this is, I think, what you guys are trying to develop is a pathway. Say, okay, X% of the budget, say 90% of the budget, goes to the day-to-day stuff. It's 13% every year. They're trying to say, and do some, you might count that about the line stations, so that, you know, yeah, I start thinking about other stuff. Right. But that's probably not capital inclusion. So if you're hearing from your constituents about road conditions, yeah, you guys have to have a match for the project. So it might be that you want to set up the transportation. You're allocating to here. That's where I'm going with what you might hear from people, how you can have to work that. We have to.
Yeah. What I'm saying. Or even then, we'll see how good a job you do. Say the same thing. That's what you're looking for too.
It makes the prioritization easier.
Yeah.
Not at all. I joke whenever I have to write on these, I wish I had the squiggly lines underneath it when you're using a computer.
Right.
Or it fix it for you.
Right.
He wants to go spend all the money.
He's doing it. We're just.
I'll fall back. Let's do what we did last time. Let's take the top two. We'll get them all up there eventually.
What do you consider them all elite?
Up there and top two.
Depends what it was.
We have here. Okay. We have a community center. So I'll get them all up here. We can come back and ask you all some questions. A cattle processing plant. Sorry. Sanitation planning. Plan for future of local government building. Okay. Admin building. Route 8 improvement. Community center. Admin building. And lower taxes. Center. Context for that. Let's see. Let's talk generally about communities. Talk about.
It has been a crazy, and we can't close one time, but
Same thing with me. That's what I wrote. I have been part of a group that has been thinking about the center and goes beyond just places for young and old. I mean, we're talking about a gym, we're talking about something similar to Radford's community center. Fields below, up top, you got basketball, a walking trail. You know, they do blood drives in there. It's really important for this community.
That's a good example of this type of process. It's like bigger. It's good month tomorrow. It's a multi-year process. That's a good example. Cattle processing plant.
right now, everything is around, even with people done, they're booked up already. But, so, and I guess I did,
Certified.
certified. That big.
Not just here.
No, it is a regional. And, and especially since the pandemic, really.
Yeah.
You're seeing more for people about the local thing. Good. People that's talking to me, yeah, and I'm here to go over here. I believe, I think it's, no, I know. Personally, it's one of me, it's one there. Yep. For a long time, I was, against all Carolina. Correct. Yeah, so, you know. Okay.
We're at this center, we are oddly well positioned. It's not never. It's one of the breaks to do the summer for research projects, and to
Well, see, it really, they don't schedule the one that was planning to put in router. You
ready to buy the land. Yeah.
out and around things, and, you tree. Cut it, so, yeah.
Yeah, not a can anymore.
Right, not anymore.
Not a canner.
What about sanitation planning?
But that's, just like.
Probably not well versed on that, but think about how that probably looked at. So it's solid waste, on set, but okay. Cruise on, there's so many different policies in that, but like, how they pick it up, how the citizens deliver it, just comes down the road and down. So, yeah.
Is this plan for local government building the same as admin building? Okay, what is there?
Yeah, I put it for once.
Uh-huh.
I'm just thinking about the road for decades to come. I mean, obviously, facilities we have here probably not going to be older. It takes decades, so we start to plan a little bit.
Be nice to get everybody centrally located.
Filling your space around here as I'm walking around. It's creatively done. Yeah. Anything else to add on admin? Well, no, that topic. Yeah.
Pretty cool in my eyes. Plus, I did that to get the ball.
Route 8 improvement? Who are we talking there?
In the parking lot, it's now I need for county line. Great. Out. I think.
So is that work with Montgomery County to activate? So they're, it is mostly their side. And the improvement scene, right? Because everything.
Always, yes, we need to do something, but.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that had been submitted for smart scale improvement project. Yeah, that's something that I will follow up. I think it's got close.
Yeah, people die. I mean, it comes
It's dangerous.
I'm telling you.
You hear about all.
Wow. And off the road for quite a while, I think it is.
Where's Zach's anything to add on that topic? Something for
I'm hearing the people on the
Okay. Well, what about the next round? Cards.
They're not secret, right?
Yeah, they're not secret.
No, they're not.
Stabilization funds for the future. So brand here, road improvements, assisted living for seniors, walking access through county and town, large county fairground, hiking network, athletic fields, dream boxes, fire rescue, admin building, cattle co-op. It does. Fire rescue. What's the project underneath fire rescue? What would be the expenditure they're trying to do on?
Increasing staff.
So that'd be paid staff, that, and paid and volunteer, increasing capacity.
The Rankin County facility.
Write that card out. So. That card. Yeah.
The other thing too is the variation.
Oh, increased staff capacity, paid and volunteer.
I think we also have to think of building a sport. Executive building in the central part of town, you know, Little River, Locust Grove.
Let's see, the stabilization funds for future. That's what like days. So if you have a down budget here, you've got some funds to cover. Statements, yep. Do you all have a reserve fund policy? Do you have like a minimum trust reserve?
So David Rhodes was here before.
Okay.
And so one of the things he's talking about, I think if you would have a finance policy, you know, that it's one. Suggestions.
Good.
So of course, when you.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Really, it's not really a project per se. Because, so it's a financial consideration. Absolutely. Yeah, because I think I've seen some of those policies where it says, if we're at this level, we're going to allocate the rest to the project. But if we're not at that level, it has to be over to this. State budget does that.
Yeah.
County fairground.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, that's the whole idea, yeah. So, you know, we've had this little county fair, which has been fun. But, I mean, I think we've all talked about, how are we doing about it? You know, some counties across this country have some amazing county fairs. And I'm not talking about the state fair, but I mean, county fairs that are, I mean, I can remember as a child, it's just amazing. So I would love to see Floyd's, you know, with our agricultural, ties into the agricultural. Us to find the money for something like that. I think it's important. It's part of America. Yeah, yeah.
It's a big deal. In honest, not fair. Kids in Spain, accomplishment.
And I mean, they can be generators for lots of different things.
See road improvements up here. We got Route 8. What else? Are there other projects things that you all need to budget for or really advocate for? specific project in there. That you see here. That's sort of broken down. Just calls on this concept. It's outside. Yeah, absolutely not. There's just a standard. The problems. You got like ditches down there. So. Yeah, well, also, you are not alone in trying to advocate for more secondary road. We here at our board meeting recently from Classic County. Mr. Reed at that meeting was talking about there's only one piece of equipment that's being shared to clear the shoulders. Yeah. Plastic, it's taking forever to stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, I mean, I understand VDOT's stance in the long run, getting all unpaved roads paved. In the long term, 20, 30, 40 years from now, yes, it will be much more beneficial to them. But the problem is, we need to maintain what we have before we continue down that road. And I one time I knew, but I forget how many miles of unpaved roads in Floyd County.
Yeah.
It's a bunch.
Yep.
And the problem is, I don't have a problem with paving them. What a problem is that we're not maintaining the ones we have properly.
Oh, my Kevin. So, I think Kevin and I have had some conversations about the fact that neither 221 or Route 8 are roads with technically regional significance.
But the statewide.
Yes, the statewide significance. Yeah. So that's been one of the challenges, that none of our roads kind of get to that level, even though those are obviously very significant roads for us.
And for other people in the state. Let's just think about what it's like on a Virginia Tech home football weekend, and you watch the cars coming out of North Carolina on Route 8.
Yeah.
Coming up that mountain and down Route 8 into Montgomery County. I mean, it is amazing how many cars are on the road.
And also how many cars are on the road on 221.
Absolutely.
Coming from Roanoke to Hillsville, especially on Labor Day weekend.
And Memorial Day.
And Memorial Day. And also the truck traffic coming from Roanoke that accesses 77.
Yep.
They've got where there's such congestion, even with the new lanes on 81, there's such congestion that this end of Roanoke, it's much easier for them to head straight up 221 through Hillsville and hit 77 than it is to take 81 to the interchange.
Yeah.
So this terminology is forward to statewide significance. The reason why it's not is because of the distance from I-81 and 77 and the lack of designation in the state needs to see the county make a designation of a space area saying, yeah, we have population here that is connected to 8177. And then that designation, whatever you want to call it, helps you then access the 6-year improvement funds. Or they made this policy change. It's been about 5+ years now. You could, as a county, make an application essentially for the state. So we want to improve Route 8. And that's how those projects got done. What they've done now, it's really streamlined which communities can apply for which projects. So you're eligible, but you have to go through a voluntary process of designating this area.
And it shouldn't be too much trouble to prove it to them since they added 7 cents to our fuel tax because we're in 81 corridor. They already recognize us.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very easy.
Just on the money part.
Just on the money part.
But I think it's only going to strengthen that argument for the Route 8 improvements. Is if you have that designation in the county and saying, look, we are relying on an improvement on that corridor in Montgomery County because it's state one. So I think, I don't know of any reasons not to do that designation. I have some reasons not to. All of this allow you to access. Something to be thinking about if you don't make those things happen. Let's see. Green boxes ties into the sanitation plan. Anything else to add to that green box conversation?
I think all of our green boxes are located on private property, so becoming a more and more of an issue. As we,
One's on a VDOT property and one is on an EDA. Other than that, out of 40.
right. So we're beholden to the private property owners for our sanitation. Yeah.
And at some point in time, we're gonna have to start looking for our own sites.
And I think I go back to what Levi said. It's a rethinking of just how we're doing it.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
You know, how is our solid waste being handled? And is there,
You have good examples around just community changes to their
Yeah.
delivery service. So you're ready for that. There's some good examples. Stop recreation, apparently. Access, walking access through town and town.
so it goes with the recreational values that I put. I mean, there's hiking networks, there's athletic fields, there's walking access around the county and the town. You know, the town is a small entity, and then, you know, there's a lot of it around, and lots of people want to walk, lots of people want to hike. If we're going to bring that entrepreneurial type of investor here, whether it be a 6 to 10 people, you know, job type of place or a 40 job type of place. I mean, I don't see us bringing 400, but, you know, if we can continue to bring folks that of that kind of size, what they are looking for is recreational opportunities. And, you know, I don't know what that all entails. I know what athletic fields entail, and that probably could be put into a community center and a large county fairground.
You have a recreation plan. Identified with the
Now, that would be part of capital improvement, in my opinion, because I think it goes hand in hand.
thinking about that document that helps you all figure out.
Yeah.
Ball fields, we need 10 of these, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Figuring out, you know, where to like the places to start, the trails. So that might help.
Yeah.
Funnel a little bit.
Yep.
Whatever's in Jacob's head.
That's a scary place.
There's a
Love you, Jacob.
There's a design on one facility around here somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah.
I can see that if it's showing up in the community a lot and hearing it, you've got a lot of different types of projects, probably a good part of that as well. And those, I tell you, those happen serendipitously a lot of times. It's when you have a property owner that says, by the way, here's something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, like out in Reiner.
You have something out there.
Well, yeah, in Reiner, they donated the land next to the fire department. Now, big old park's going in.
You know, one of the things I've noticed you all talking about more, and I've tried to be cognizant of it, is that a lot of our resources are just in town or very near to town.
Mm-hmm.
So as we think about these plans, I've been candidly pushing Jacob about, you can't look at anything in town anymore.
Well, at one point in time, the recreation authority was looking at putting little parks in each area.
Community.
Of course, that was in relation at the time of us building a structure there, and we had to replace it. But there was actually, I don't think we ever got as far as having anything drawn out, but it was like, you know, picnic area, playground area in each community.
Well, I know that my neighborhood playground is the school, that there are people at that school, at that playground all the time. So,
But the people that live out there during school don't have access to it.
right,
You know, the ones that would want access to it with younger kids
Right.
especially. And that was what we were thinking about, was by having these little mini parks.
right.
You could have a little playground equipment, picnic area, you know, maybe a walking, you know, area. And
Cattle co-op center.
that was laid on me.
Processing.
Well, years ago, I'm not sure, but I know there was a dairy co-op. And
Yeah.
then it went belly up. But it's a co-op much like your apple co-op you have in Moorline where all the apples come into one place. And there's some problems with it. There was point, when we first started talking, when we said there was 5 of us here involved with agriculture, what could we do to help agriculture? I went out talking to people in the community. And that was one of the suggestions. Now, it's a matter of timing and scheduling. Levi and I are not going to have cattle ready at the same time, or we might, who knows? Joan may not, his cows may calve at a different time. So it's a, from the scheduling logistics part of it, it could be a nightmare. But if it could be worked out, it could help our local farmers a lot in stabilizing the market and stabilizing the prices.
Have some more cards, projects that you would want to invest in your budget dollars. About
Let's see, how many cards is up there at $100,000 plus a pop?
Well, we didn't.
This is under 100,000, but I do think that there should be a card up here for a recreation plan. No.
It better not cost $100,000.
Cards, it's way less, but like that'll help.
I got it.
Thank you.
You didn't touch on assisted living thing?
This one?
Yeah.
Assisted living.
Oh, yeah, thank you. It's just what you're seeing.
There you go.
That is something that's came up
Yeah,
to me, I don't know how many times over the years. We discuss it, and it goes away. But I think we should be looking for these companies that would be willing to put a assisted living here.
Yes.
Because we've got a lot of elderly in the county that they're at home by themselves. And the only thing that got Pine Ridge apartments out here.
Or the nursing home. That's
Yeah.
their 2 choices.
That's it, yeah.
You know, I've also heard clients who move here that are, you know, at that stage where elderly parents are with them and or not with them, but they would like them to be closer, and an assisted living would fit that bill perfectly. So.
Yeah. And the assisted living needs to have different levels of
Right,
assistance.
chair.
You know, because there's some that doesn't.
Independent.
Yep.
Yeah, some of them that have talked to me, you know, they don't really need the assistance. They just need a place. They don't want to be out in the park just by themselves.
But here we are again.
You know, if you had one close to town, maybe walking distance to town, where they could just walk in town or a food line or something like that, walk back. They know somebody's close by if they need help. You know, and it's just something we need to be looking into.
But then you run into the census of these companies and how they determine what's feasible. And we're so tiny.
Well, I believe the public would jump on this. And
I know,
yes.
I know. I agree. But it's just, you got to get these companies here, and all they're looking at is the bottom line.
Well, and I don't know, I'd hazard a guess to say they would have no trouble filling whatever size.
I
facility
tend
they
to
built.
agree with you.
Well, just like up here at Hillsville, some of the nursing homes, a couple blocks down, they've got an assisted living there together. You know, it may be something that the nursing home will look into.
Some kind of expansion.
Yeah, when they have that land across the road, I've always thought that.
But if we give them a little incentive or whatever,
Put those trailers up there.
That's a great point, especially if you look at baby boomer population.
Yep.
I saw something recently that was interesting about the lack of real estate turnover. It's the younger generation hasn't bought land as early as the previous generation because more people are aging in place in communities. But what does that look like? Is it a healthy situation? in our rural communities, done a lot of work in this area, that type of paving in place. Great partnerships are out there that are in the Newer Valley talking about this. And it's not a straightforward answer. It's not. But there's, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you all talked about too, related to that, different times, kind of the whole continuum of here. So it's kind of when you start talking about EMS and then maybe community paramedic kind of stuff to assisted living to, so it's always run together.
And another area that kind of ties in too is the mental health situation.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, every time I've met with state people, our state government spends money to attract all these industries, but they're not doing anything to attract the mental health. And I've made this suggestion several times that the counties of the New River Valley should look at going in together and seeing if we could entice a mental health facility to locate in the New River Valley. Anywhere it located would benefit anybody, the whole group. Centralized would probably be best, but if it was here, if it was in Giles, because right now with many of these places where you have to send these people that with certain care come out of state.
Yes.
Some of them as far away as Washington. And that's something that every county in this region is dealing with.
We had a quarterly task force call Monday this week. And one of the topics that I was checking in on was mental health. There was a good report from the Crisis De-Escalation Center that all the counties had invested as part of their CARES Act dollars to help on team services in that space. And they were talking about the avoided, I think they were 100% avoidance, having to send somebody into a state facility or put in a waiting pattern. They're able to get stabilized into a local option.
Right.
So it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
And also-
otherwise, they would have been parking in the ER, with law enforcement.
Yeah.
Right,
And
for
then-
hours and hours and hours, and they'll tell them at the state.
Well, it helped the client and it helped the local
Yeah.
law enforcement, the whole shebang.
It's
So
right.
And I don't know if there, last I heard, there wasn't admitting anybody in the state hospital anymore, hardly at all. So, they've changed, restructured who they let in and the whole 9 yards. And so, your social services, your community services, even your court systems are having to send people all over.
Right. So is there anything that on the county budget that you would need to do on the mental health side that you're not doing now? Projects, anything that you want to put a card on up here?
Well, I don't know if it's capital that in mental health court. I understand Montgomery County and Judge Williams have got a mental health court going there, the starts of it. And hopefully it will spread out to where we could have something like that within our budget, just like we do the drug courts.
Right.
Okay. Well, let's get a card on that and have it in the health court, something that we can set as a place mark. Look back at this.
And so something, we could potentially explore is if some of the opioid
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
being a drug in our.
Well, I'm just gonna put mental health because there's two things under that, the court and facilities,
Okay.
regional facilities.
Okay.
Because I could see that in our budget to help support,
Yeah.
because by supporting that, you're gonna save in so many other areas.
That's so true. That's one thing that I think we went
Yeah.
out during the pandemic was that ripple effect. The
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Okay. Other cards? Other things that you see as expenses that might include in future budgets?
What we've got up there, 50 years so far.
Yeah, I think it's
that's a lot of
50.
money up there.
For 50 years, that's a lot of money.
But it's nothing that's outrageous.
It's
I mean,
nothing it's nothing up there that's not needed. in one shape or another, whether it's exactly what's up there or not, but.
That's weird. So things that have been in your minds that board needs to think about.
You can have my mint marker.
Assistant for Chris.
Yeah, an assistant for Chris needs to be up there.
He's turning.
That we need to start looking at the pictures as we grow, as our staffing increases, and also the changing culture, as well as
2 words.
there's exit plans because we're getting an older set Aging of staff. aging staff, and with that incurs a grand cost.
Aging
And I
staff.
think
So succession planning,
that would be-
Yeah.
is that,
Yeah.
okay.
Won a lot of Emmys last night, I read. Succession. Joke.
I got
So,
it. I got it. If
Thank you.
nobody else did.
I haven't watched the thing, but
I think it's something that we really need to start looking
Thank
at
you.
in a serious fashion with regards to this.
Yeah.
You know, because we're reacting, I think at this point, and I think the reaction is gonna get bigger
Right.
and bigger as we evolve. And our work culture
Well,
as we grow.
and as more people retire, it costs more to replace them.
yeah.
Of course.
Automatic.
And that change of culture is a lot different. It needs different reactions. And unfortunately, false ones. So.
I think one of the things I probably would just kind of reinforce is it's more a parks and recreation plan to me. Because we've had a lot of structured recreation, but that's becoming a little more challenging, but still important. But I keep thinking over and over about the number of kids we have in this community who are not in the public school system.
Yeah.
Either they're at one of the other types of schools or they're homeschooled.
Right.
And so, having the right types of resources for them in the community to learn. And I think a lot of that is consumed in like pocket parks and hiking and nature trails, and because, yeah, those kids gotta have.
It's something to reach them too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So was there anything, oh, sorry.
Yeah. My crazy idea is still to have a maker space.
Oh.
One of the things I said at the Onward meeting the other day is, one of the things that to me makes Floyd so much different than a lot of Southwest Virginia is the fact that we have these amazing maker folks, whether it's Crenshaw and Phoenix or if it's the maker of music, but it is just a whole different level than a lot of rural areas. And wouldn't it be cool to have a space that kind of encouraged them in some way, incubated them in some way as part of helping them be entrepreneurial?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what
And
that
that's
looks
kind of
like.
what the Innovation Center was supposed to be way back when, in a sense.
Well, and another
Yeah.
thing.
Kind of.
We discussed years ago too, of course, this is before decks and everything else, is actually constructing a building where all these different artisans that are shipping on their own now, they could bring it to one location and ship it from that location
Kinda
wherever,
What a maker space is.
Yeah.
no matter what they're making.
And that was what the Jacksonville Center, Floyd Center for the Arts, was originally as well.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember, it was all,
they did a little bit of it, but that didn't last long.
No.
Wasn't working
didn't
out.
catch on. A lot of
Yeah.
people have their own space.
Yeah, but like when George and I were on vacation, there was a place that they had taken like the old gas station and it was a glass blowing area. So they had put that kind of equipment
Right.
in there. And, here it could be more metal work because that's one of our hallmarks. And then that becomes something that folks who aren't to the point that they can go buy this big pieces of equipment yet, but they can still be entrepreneurial and support themselves and stay here.
Central shipping facility.
Yeah. That would, that put it in the right term.
Community kitchen popped up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's real important. That's been talked about for a long, long time, where different people who need to process stuff. USDA approved, inspected, VDH, VDAX, whatever. And, making goat cheese and butter and anything like that. Processing all of their vegetables. Canning.
Like the old canneries. The old canneries that was in every community.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember using the one in Auburn when I was in college. I made grape juice. Went all the way out to Reiner from Blacksburg. That was quite a trip for a college student.
Did it turn on you?
No, it was great. My grandmother lived till she was 88, and she said it was one of the best grape juices she's ever had. Then it would have become wine.
That's why
That's why she liked it.
Yeah, maybe it did turn. You just didn't know it.
Nana loved it.
Was there anything in your budget process this past cycle that you wanted to get in that you weren't able to? That there always is, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But something that's fresh on your mind, process. Try to get that done this cycle.
I think most of that goes back to equipment versus what we're talking about.
We're a different community.
Yeah.
I mean, we really are.
Our solid waste facility is in need of just about any type of update there is.
Yeah. But that goes back to solid waste in general.
And we need to rethink how we lay that facility out. There was ideas that we had in the beginning that just wasn't feasible then, but may be feasible now, such as conveyor belts and various things that.
There's a reason that people fill up those green boxes full of furniture just outside the fence of the solid waste. Yeah, somebody put about an 8-foot couch in one of the green boxes that it's half a block to the solid waste. So there's some reason people aren't going in there.
They think it costs money.
Well, and also we need to revisit our solid waste ordinance and we're gonna, none of us like it, but we're gonna have to start putting some penalties in place and some costly penalties for people doing some of the stuff that they shouldn't.
What I want to do next is, unless you have any others you want to add to it, last call for anything else, is to do some prioritization here. And that way you guys can put some dots up here, do some votes. Now, I learned a career lesson from Mr. Boo. Remember when we were working on a comprehensive plan many, many years ago? And I think we had the dot.
The red exercise.
Yeah, he was talking about that.
I still talk about it.
I've forgotten this. Yeah, I get reminded every now and then too. You can't put all 5 of your votes on one thing.
Card.
You can't weight your vote. That was the issue. Yes. So what we're gonna do is what was 3 seem right? 3 votes.
Sure.
Get to put 3.
Okay.
You take your pen that you got and do 3 dots, but 3 different items, right? You can't put all 3 on
Let's take just a short break. And move around before I go to sleep.
Oh, you're so close.
Just upside down backwards like normal.
We get there. We're looking, that's where that thing comes in. You know, look out for each other.
Yeah, that original.
I thought it would wait, us.
All right. I reckon we're down to B and C, right?
Yes, yes. Old business B and C. All right, and so if I'm up, Ms. Chair, so as I mentioned to you at a previous meeting, but we didn't do our formal stuff that we needed to do related to us receiving the second tranche of the ARPA funds. And so we received our second tranche in the amount of $1,529,529,529.50. And so it, right, so, right, correct, yes, sir. And so what we would need is hopefully a motion to appropriate that amount of money for the American Rescue Plan Act as revenue and expenditure budget supplement. So this is just recognizing the funds that have come in, and this is not doing any additional appropriation, but just making sure we officially recognize the funds have arrived. No additional expenditures unless that's something you want to do, but that was not my plan.
Can we recognize the funds coming in and not do, when you say no new expenditures, in other words, you're talking, the ones that's already taken place and the monies went out is fine, but no more money is going out until we do something else.
Correct.
That's what I want to know.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
I'll make that motion, sir.
And I will second it.
Motion second, call roll.
All right, thank you. On the motion to appropriate $1,529,529.50 for American Rescue Plan Act as revenue for the county. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We now have that recognized. So now at a future meeting, at you all's discretion, you guys can revisit how you would want to spend it. What you have two things in your folder, if I'm not, Mr. Chair, related to this, which is C. And so I've updated the spreadsheet that's in there about kind of what's been expended so far and some of your initial thoughts about how you might spend some of the future money. So that's just, we needed to update that for the auditors as well. So all of that is in there. And that includes, of course, the most recent thing was putting 50% down on the playground equipment. That was your last action. And then,
We probably should go ahead and, since we're committing to the playground, we could go ahead and commit to the rest of that payment.
Yep.
Okay. I have to when it comes in.
That would be great.
Yeah,
I don't think you're gonna just put a half of it up and say, well, there's your half.
They might just bring it all and just sit it there and not do anything with it.
And I think we were in agreement on the stuff with, of the new, system, software systems and all that.
Yeah, but we don't have, I mean, are we just talking about the balance of what we had from the original tranche?
Well, you have now received, so you got your second tranche, which is what you just recognized.
Yes,
So now you're a little over $3 million total, and you've of course drawn down on that.
Right. But we had 154,300, no, we had gone over. We gone over amount remaining? It's in parentheses, so does that mean we're in the red?
If we go with everything that's in this list.
Correct.
Which we know we're not.
Right.
Right.
Because now we have more money.
Well, and that was just your initial, so that includes both what you've actually expended and then what was requested originally. So you don't have the ability to just go in and fund everything that's been requested.
Understood.
And yeah, that's all that was saying.
All right.
You'll have to make choices. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that, man.
Well, and my understanding, if I'm reading it correctly, not only have the new software stuff, but also below it, you've got like 102,000 for the first year. And so basically 407,000 combination for that. All right, and what's the second half on the park stuff?
It's right around $40,000.
No.
Just under that.
Okay.
It was 39, and then we've paid
So
half.
the 40,000, so that puts you at
79, you mean?
Yes, sorry, thank you.
446,000 on those two projects. Ballpark.
406, yeah, 406, yeah, if it's 40,000, that would be 406, 780. So, and then 446, 447. I agree.
I personally think on those two, we ought to start moving forward myself.
I think I could give you a head nod on that.
On those two, and we're just gonna have to,
Software updates.
we're gonna, depending on what Kim finds out and what she's looking up and whatever, we may have to, some of the requests may go unfulfilled.
Yeah, we may.
And what, I guess what I suggest is we look at our current budget and what in it may qualify for this funding. Because if that fund is much lower as I think, we need to put some money back in it. And to do that, this would be the money to do the one-time expenditures in this out of our current budget. Then at the end of the year, put that money back in fund balance.
Well, we may have to.
I mean, you understand where I'm going? I'm trying not to be too obvious, but, look, and also, I know we've approved the budget, but I would love to see some of these agencies and departments on anything major expenses, wait till after December.
Okay.
After our taxes come in December.
Okay.
Just in case. It's all gonna come down to what that final number is, because like I said this morning, I'm just estimating, we need somewhere between 4 to 4.5 million to carry us to pay the bills. And that's if we get in reimbursement on time. And I don't want to see that account anywhere near zero.
Yeah.
For the very reasons that I was there when we first found it. And we worked on it 8 years. Y'all worked on it 8 years before I come back on. So that was over a 16-year period to get us back where we were at. That was spent in a 6-year period.
Yeah.
A couple poor choices would put us right back to zero.
Well, and I don't know that I'd say poor choices, but some error choices because we didn't have accurate numbers.
Spending before we.
Yeah.
It's time for essential spending though.
Yeah, for
Nice spending.
the moment. I'm not saying we're taking anything away from the budget. It's just anything from here forward that is large number that can wait till January would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
And I don't, I mean, if it's a have to, then that's one thing, but it's a big difference between have to and want to. Sure.
So as you guys know, within the budget process, we have the stabilization fund.
Right.
Right. And we also we put in during last budget, $45,670 was scheduled budgetary wise fiscal year 21 to go ahead, which is in a separate stabilization fund, so there's 1 and 2, which, that would bring us over, I could tell you 332 plus. Those two accounts was about $445,000 in just those two.
Which two? The
Stabilization.
stabilization account
Yeah.
and contingency? Or
No, not
account and
contingency. There's two separate stabilizations
Right.
fund. You
Those
have
two
one that
funds
was driven
together
by, right.
Have 400 and.
Well, about approximately $445,000,
Right,
okay? So CD wise, presently what we have in Skyline, this is not to the penny, so
Right.
please.
Ballpark.
Ballpark is $6,396,468. And then we have the checking cash, right? $2,633,317. Now, please understand that this verbal does not include outstanding checks.
Right.
So those checks we wrote or things of that nature, or some that haven't gone through. On average, you're probably looking, I think we just ran about, what was our disbursement amount? It was close to like 400,000. So obviously that would come out of that cash
Yeah.
on hand.
So,
So I would say, let's say 2 million just to be,
so that's a ballpark of $9 million.
that is accurate.
Okay.
All right, and at
Ballpark.
least ballpark, and at least half of that's needed to pay bills between now and then.
Accurate.
So
What do you mean now and then?
say now and the next tax time comes in,
Right.
Yes,
from July 1 until
yes,
the
June,
next
yes.
tax
Mhm.
money comes in. It's ballpark 4.5. So half of that, so basically we've got 4.5 million sitting there. Do you know how much of that is already designated versus undesignated?
Well, that's what I was just mentioning. Oh, you mean for checks that have been written or outstanding or?
Designated for specific purposes.
These are just the straight CDs that we
Right.
have available for
Right now.
us. Anything else, the loans, the bonds, or, SNAP accounts are separate.
So in reality, what I'm trying to get at is an undesignated number,
Mm-hmm.
1 to 1.5. Is that a fair
Yes.
guess?
Fair.
So, and our whole, out of $9 million,
8, 9.
we've got 1 to 1.5 million that's undesignated.
Right.
That's not,
Right.
Chris, take it off from there.
that's all right. You were thinking about all them numbers.
I know.
Would it create a problem if we requested any major expenses to wait until January?
Trying to think through what major expenses are.
Tell you what,
The only major
could y'all look through that?
But the radio is separate and it has separate
The
funding.
radio's separate.
Yeah.
We haven't drew that money down.
And any
Like
EDA
purchases.
is separate. That's,
But I'm talking about just large general purchases. I know y'all got more than enough to do, but could y'all review for the next meeting and
Yeah.
see if there are any large major purchases and
Munis will be the only one, and it's not till the beginning of next year anyway. By the time it's scheduled.
I'm not gonna
if it's
scare
approved.
anybody, but
No, I agree.
I think given that
Mhm.
snafu and it being that much less than what I thought it was,
Mhm.
I'm a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's
We'll get it together. I'm sorry. We'll put it together for the next meeting. And then we'll also be, working on firming some of the rest of this up by then as well.
And then
So we'll be happy to
maybe-
do that.
Maybe by our, let's see, September, maybe by our October meeting, then the audit will be done and maybe you can get one of those reports together you normally do that shows us where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where we were normally getting monthly. And that'll show us where we're at.
Yeah.
As close as you can.
Yeah, that would be great. We would certainly do that.
And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be chicken little with the sky falling, but I've been in that position before and I don't want to go anywhere near that position again. I don't think you or Joe either one.
No, I don't know.
And y'all weren't there, but I don't think you want to experience it either. Because it is not fun, because we've already done just about everything that could be done to get it back on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
Unless we went to 3 times a year tax collections.
All right. So did you want to move forward? I'm sorry, I had to run out for just a minute. Did you want to move forward with the playground equipment
I'm forward on the rec equipment and on the
Munis?
the Munis and the, which totaled around 400-some-thousand.
Okay. All right. Well, then if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, we'll go ahead and see if we can get is that a motion, Mr. Booth, for those?
I'll make that motion, yes, on those 3.
And
It's actually 3 categories.
Right.
Okay, so that would be to the initial Munis purchase plus the 1-year annual and the second half
For
of the playground equipment.
Playground equipment.
And that's to come out of ARPA funds.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. So if I might, I'll go ahead and on the motion to go ahead and authorize expenditure for Munis, then the purchase of Munis, the first year annual cost of Munis in addition, and the final payment on the playground equipment. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right. Whew, look at that. Moving right along. And I would note in your packet, just so you're aware, the PSA submitted an updated list that is not reflected on the spreadsheet, but it has all their list of proposed projects. Their ask is higher than it was, but they are all listed in priority order. So just wanted to make you aware that's in the packet as well.
2 of us are aware of that, and we had our PSA hats on when we sit at this table. We have our supervisor hats on, so sometimes there's a conflict, but.
Right? I understand. I think now, Mr. Chair, we're ready to move to new business, and I have no idea why it's C, but it is. I think the renumbering didn't work. So if we might, these is, as you know, we've been looking at what carryover requests there are and which ones, how much of that is of the requests that are recommended by your staff. And so that was one of the last things that went into your packet. And so I just would note before, maybe let Kim walk you through this, but would remind you, in addition to this list, you already built into your budget those several 100% carryovers. So for instance, the money that you all had set aside a previous year to work on the roof at the courthouse, that's already been carried over. So that it is already included and isn't on this list, but is included as part of your budget. So just
Already a lot, right, library parking lot.
Correct. Library parking lot, the roof, flooring.
Do the deck.
Sorry?
Did we carry over what we had in there to do the deck?
The stairs.
Stairs and deck
No, that was not a part of the budget
last year.
carryover approvals. And
No, so that was just gonna come out of contingency or maintenance rates this year. You'll see, well, we only got one bid on that and it was very pricey. So,
Put it back out.
we're gonna go ahead and rewrite it
Okay.
and send it back out and then see what we get, if that's all right. That's
you
actually in
need-
my report, but since we're.
Do you need other authorization, or are you okay under the first one?
I think that I should be okay in the first.
I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
COA.
That's right.
Is
I always
that a
appreciate-
redesign or just like it is?
Redesign.
Yeah, a little
With a
bit.
landing.
Yeah.
Redesigned with the landing.
They're so bogus getting halfway up.
That's right.
Well, and you got a landing place halfway down.
You just reduce it from one fraction.
You're right. And before you get started, can I ask, when some of these are being returned to the budget, they're just kind of going into the general fund?
Some, are you referring to the carryover
Yeah.
request? Some, you'll see it says general fund and or departmental reallocation. And I know you guys have history. There's some departments, for example, that may have gone over budget a bit. So to balance that out, to be able to move forward with a balanced final balance, I have to zero out those.
Gotcha.
So if it does say a department reallocation, we'll be using those funds to zero out the ones that might have gone over for justification reasons, and then go from there.
And then there's a note made that that does not impact the starting point of the budget in the next year.
That's correct.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely make that note.
Okay, I will. No, that's a good point. Thank you. I'll put that on here, if that's okay.
That hasn't happened in recent years, but in over history and time, it has from time to time happened.
Has it? Okay, I didn't see that, so, but that's a good one.
That's going way back though, anyway.
Would you do, I mean, guys want to review and ask, or?
Walk you through.
You're ready. I'll make a motion that we approve the revenue appropriation carryover to revenue. What's the final amount?
I don't have a total amount because of the distribution
The way
that
it's
may
broke
be
down.
departmentally may need, so, I can do that. I can do it
It's
quick.
reflected on, maybe we could, what should
On
be?
the revenue proposal by the school or revised revenue appropriation?
No,
We're still in the carryover.
we're still here, we're here.
Where did
Sorry,
you
we
find
moved around
out?
too much.
It's over,
I'm sorry, I thought we had already moved to the school.
We could.
Oh, there.
Well, no,
it
we
is.
gotta do this first.
Oh. Oh, Commissioner Revenue.
So throughout this, you're gonna see there's some expenditure.
Yeah.
And then there's also revenue that's there. There's some departments, I tried to be real descriptive, that have almost automatic staff because they're all grant funded expenditures that have, like the EDA, Community and Economic Development. The sheriff has some grants that are automatic, EMS, E911.
Right.
Those are automatic.
Okay.
I mean, you know better than I, can't,
All right,
those have to go.
Right.
I would make a motion, we approve the FY '23 department carryover request as presented.
I'll second that, and then very fine job and spelled out very nicely and very easy to read. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the detail as well.
And I apologize, I've done jumped through the school ones, so.
All right, so if I might, Mr. Chair, on the
Go ahead.
motion to approve the carryover request as recommended and presented, as recommended by staff and presented, the FY '23 department carryover request. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Beckman,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
yes.
All right, thank you
And
for
the
that.
same note applies.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. It
On all
hasn't been
carry-
represented on any, but I'll make sure it's on there, so, thank you.
Now we're flipping over the page. We're getting close to the end. This is the school appropriation, and of course, D and E go together. And that's a little bit of what Dr. Wheeler was talking about this morning, that's actually part of a 1.4 million amount of money that our school is going to get related to capital. That this is new funding, and then of course their request for expenditure related to that.
You ready? I make a motion that we approve the revenue and expenditure request of $401,868.66. We can do them both in one, can't we?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Chair, let me go ahead and call the roll.
Go ahead.
So on the motion to recognize the revenue and the expenditure of the school system totaling $401,868.66. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbeck,
Yes.
and Mr. Trump.
Yes.
All right. Terrific. Item F. Please. So that's actually been, at least some of them,
Isn't that other carryover?
So F is an unusual expenditure.
I don't see it anywhere.
Okay.
This is something related to, so the needs of the sheriff and, Mr. Bransom to be able to get, their hands on necessary evidence to move forward on a criminal matter.
Oh, okay.
And so because of some unique, laws in other states, that's gonna require an appropriation. And so at least one of those checks was in your packet. I'm hoping they all were. So you kind of already approved it. I didn't anticipate it. But, I just need to let you know that's what that was.
Is that the $2,000 total?
Yes.
And I think I touched on it this morning
Yeah, I think-
inadvertently.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So we'll make that no longer an action item because you already took action.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
That's right. And we'll go ahead and get those funds made available to the sheriff's.
Right there,
Now-
really a no-brainer.
Now, those funds will come out of contingency, I guess.
Right now they are unless you tell us something.
No, I mean, that's about the only place we've got.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's see, 3 months in, we already hit it.
Digging into it.
Yep. If I might, Mr. Chair, I'll move on to the next item here, G, animal control boarding costs and cost recovery options.
That'd be good.
That is back to the county's herd of cows. And, you are
We're the proud owners,
I hear they're pretty healthy now.
Yes, they are pretty healthy now, and,
Yeah, we had the co-op, boy.
that's right. The good news is the judge actually issued, we're waiting to see. I haven't actually physically seen the order, but Eric has come over and talked to me about that there was a final decision made and the cows now belong to the county. And so there is, we have already paid around $30,000 for boarding. There's a possibility that there are some other bills as well. We're continuing to have discussions about how much more bills there are associated with that.
There's, 60 plus the
It's-
age that was born.
Yeah, it was I think it was 60 or 65 to start, and now we're up to somewhere in the
Yeah,
80,
they said
85.
60% of them was bulls. Means there's about,
They're all well covered.
yeah,
All four tags were
so there shouldn't be many pigs in that group.
And there's not, of course, we don't have any papers for the animals either, do we?
So I've had some conversations with both Mr. Bransom, who said this is Mr. Durbin's problem. So I've talked talked to him about this. And so, of course, you all know a lot more about selling cows than I do. So we can go ahead and advertise and have a sale. We can potentially call Christiansburg and say, do you want to do that? And then if that does not generate appropriate funds, there is also some real estate possibility.
In the grand scheme of things, this is just my suggestion. Call Christiansburg, Spring Lake. Say I've got X number of head of cattle. And sell them as is. Take them down there. They take care of everything. They take their sale bill out and send the rest of it to us. No fuss, no fuss.
And they'll decide if you got cow calf pairs that need to be sold together. They'll decide whether, well.
They'll grade them out. They'll grade them and sell them.
Okay.
Yeah. And depending on the age of some of them, they may send some of them straight to the slaughterhouse.
And this picture in the paper was a Hereford. It's all over Hereford.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Calenda's got an idea. Can we consult? Can we consult with more than one? Does it, talk to both of them?
Usually, I think Christiansburg right now, it's like $26 a head for selling. Same way with Wiffle.
Okay.
Some of them not the same.
About the same.
Still did.
Yeah, we do our own sale.
And then we still got hauling costs
Right.
to get them there.
Yeah,
You make turn.
yeah, still building, you pick them up.
We could try that, but I think we need to have a minimum.
Absolutely.
What do we have at
Minimum.
home?
Subject to our company.
I believe we shoot yourself and quit there.
I don't know, see. By
I don't know where they're located.
by going to the market, I think we have a better chance given the history of the animals. Because there's not a farmer in this county that's not aware of what kind of condition those animals were in.
What if they don't? So.
One heck of a barbecue, start digging pits, I guess. Barbecue dinners.
Fair enough.
All right, so as someone who the largest animal I've ever owned is a white German Shepherd, take y'all's advice. So you'd like me to go ahead and reach out to Christiansburg and Spring Lake and see what we can do there and make sure we do it all correctly.
Well, and also we might want to check with whoever's gonna do our hauling.
Mm-hmm.
Spring Lake might be $24, but it's
a
gonna
lot
cost
to
us
haul.
more to haul it there than it does Christiansburg, so,
Are they located in the county right now?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so.
I'm wondering about somebody like Ryan Baker, who's got two
Yeah,
trailers.
right.
He can make one trip,
Mm-hmm.
get them all.
You're talking about the big trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, take into account the cost of hauling, but like you said, I don't think she heard you, but
Just take into account the
Somebody-
whole cost of hauling and everything.
hauling them into the picture. But somebody like he was not, somebody like what he was talking about that's got the big trailer, they might make them all in one trip.
Okay. Well, I was suggesting maybe we could get the folks who rounded him up in the first place to help us with it a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah, it may be interesting buying them now that they look good.
yeah, right. Okay, so I don't know if we need a motion from you all to just make sure it's okay for us to go forward in that kind of direction, and then we'll see what kind of money we have left afterwards.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, and so the motion would be for the staff to direct the staff to move forward with trying to go ahead and get these animals to market as soon as possible and utilizing efficiency as possible. And so with that, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right. I just, as a side note, if you looked at your carryover sheet, just the funds for this have come out of contingency to date. At least hopefully we'll get this paid back. So when you looked at your carryover list for animal control, we went ahead and they had requested the $11,000, but we extended, our recommendation was to extend the purposes for which that could be used, which would include caring for seized animals.
Veterinarian seizure.
Yeah.
Seizure.
Yes.
If I understood you correctly, if the amount we get at the sale doesn't cover expenses, we do have other options
We do.
available,
We do.
which we can discuss after the sale.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct, we do. All right, thank you for that. We have board time and my report, and that's pretty much it. So, y'all have going to board time?
Well, my first one, and she and I both have a combination. My first one is more toward Dr. Millsaps and Ms. Cookenboom. We sorely need an appointee for the Social Services Board for Little River District. Can we re-advertise,
Yeah, I would like to.
please? And we're getting by, but we've had one or two meetings where we just had a quorum present.
Yeah.
And when you got 4 to 5 people and 3 have to be there, sometimes it gets tough. But,
And I know
and your district needs to be represented.
I know.
Yeah. If you know of someone or,
Yeah, I
I
might.
know Chad has asked Sheriff Craig.
Yeah.
You know, just to see if somebody or.
he knew of somebody.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of internal trying to exhaust as much communication about it.
I mean, there's a lot to it, but it's basically one meeting a month. I think you get $30 a meeting, which is not a lot, but it's just a lot going on and need that extra person.
Okay.
You want to, and I'll agree with you.
Yep. I would, I'm concerned about these school construction grants not being pursued to help recoup the county's costs and investments in school programs. That if I could ask staff to somehow pursue where we are, where the state is in the process of writing the grant applications, when they'll be available to be completed, so we can make sure that we apply for everything that we're possibly eligible for.
And also in particular, pay particular attention to the retro wording. That could have a large impact on us
Right.
from debt
Right.
service standpoint.
I know Marie worked hard on these.
Mhm.
We don't need to let her down. And
Yeah.
the way I understand it, she already had the retro part pretty much taken
Right.
care of.
Right, because from what I understand from the Deputy Superintendent of Budget, Finance, and Operations of Virginia Department of Education, the school construction grants program funds to be distributed in fiscal year 23 can be used for active projects that were initiated in prior fiscal years and where construction phase costs are still being paid. So it sounds like the wording is already out there that these can be that they are retroactive, not can be, but are available. So I want to make sure that it's being pursued appropriately.
And it kind of sounds to me like there's been a ball drop
Yeah.
somewhere between Richmond and Dr. Wheeler by his reaction and his comments this morning don't exactly match up with what I'm getting, and they don't match up with what she's getting. So somewhere along the line, the information's not getting to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Yes.
if we can help him get.
So
the
are you saying that the applications are already out there?
I don't know that they're out there, but my understanding is that all that process is in place already. And that's not what I got from him, and that's not what the information he's getting.
That's
So,
correct. That's kind of what I'm saying, yeah.
To me, it sounds like there's a hiccup somewhere in Richmond.
And even though this is schools, this is really, really important. And this can have a very profound effect on our debt service. And so, is it the clown riding alongside with the little bicycle horn?
If a board doesn't, I'm not trying to step, I don't think, we're not trying to step on
Right.
anybody's toes or in front of them, but this is very important to us financially. If you can do anything to help the school system get what the information they need and applications.
We're $8 million, I'll stomp him too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna step on toes, but it has a major impact on us financially, which that impacts our entire citizenry, which we're
Right.
answerable to. And like I said, the ball's been dropped somewhere between Richmond and getting the information out.
Okay.
That's where I think the problem is at.
And I know you guys, have lots to do, but this is a really, really important issue to us. And if we can help our school board and our school administrative staff, that would be wonderful. And just maybe a every other day phone call.
I ain't so worried about helping them as helping us.
Yeah, I know.
Well, if it helps them, it helps.
But
us.
and they have to apply for it. We can't, so.
But if they haven't been given the information,
I hear
they
you.
can't.
Yeah, I got
That's
you.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I understand 100%.
Even if they're not,
Yeah.
even if they're not accepting applications yet, if the applications are out there, get it to them and let them be filling it out so it's
Right.
ready.
Hand them the pen, stand over their shoulder.
Well, whatever. I got a feeling with as much school construction that's gone on across this state, I don't know that money's gonna last very long, so it's gonna be a first come.
Comparative to get them on
Comparative.
first.
It may be a first come, first serve.
We will take that.
Thank you.
We'll take that. Okay.
And if you would, you may relay to Dr. Wheeler that our intent's not to, we're just trying to get him the information he needs.
Okay.
And that's all.
Okay.
That's it.
I don't know everything.
That was all I had. No more.
Okay.
I think you're down to me, unless somebody has something else.
Nope.
And I'll try to be brief. I will be brief, not try, I will. So EMS paid, I sent you all an email, but wanted to make sure I said something publicly about, we had an excellent review. It was time for the every other year review of both the EMS groups, and so our EMS paid folks did very well. It only took them half an hour to go through and check everything.
Wow.
So everything was in place, and they were very impressed by all of the policy rewrites and updates and all the procedures that had now been documented and all of those kind of things. And I certainly can't take credit. I read all of them and made a few suggestions, but the big work was definitely done by the paid EMS staff and Dustin and Faye and Jesse and a large group of them. They've just been working really, really hard on that. So wanted to give them kind of a shout out for really good work. Kevin and I also met with the EMS volunteer folks with Daniel. And so we're working on, they also have certification requirements. So we're going to work on some of those things, hopefully with them, and are also working through some of the paperwork items associated with that. So even today, we've been trading texts back and forth with some of those folks to try to make sure we get all of that squared away and taken care of. Our hope would be that we would start having quarterly meetings possibly with some of the volunteer folks to really think through how can we do the best work together, and in particular to find ways to shorten response times and make best use of the resources. So that's kind of our goal. We'll see how well we can do with that, but that's our plan. I mentioned the rebid for the deck, which we just talked about. We just had one and it was pricey. And so we'll go back out with that. One other positive thing I wanted to mention to you all, I think I put it in your correspondence, is Phoenix Hardwood got the regional award from Onward. And so that was a very big deal, and they were there to accept their award. That was very, very nice.
Yeah, I saw a post about that too.
Yes, Tabitha and I were able to go with them, so that's been really good. We've had some kind of some things going on with DEQ related to our landfill requirements and submittals and those kind of things, but I think we're all even on that. So hopefully that will be good. And then just on building updates, we're kind of moving forward with all the plans, have taken people to visit and turn over keys and all those kind of things. And we've scheduled an appraisal. So I think those are that's the quick. I have some other things, but in light of the fact that it is 3:19 and you started at 8:30, I might just save it for another day.
I think Jerry's one more thing.
Actually got two more.
Actually, I got one more thing too.
Two more under correspondence.
It hit me, when rebid, was that a local?
Yes.
Second is, Airbnb, we have it registered.
Who they are? Yeah, Barbara, I believe, in Lisa's office keeps up with those. And so I think we're over 100 as I've gotten tips from people. I have shared them with Barbara. And she also does a very good job, I will say, to give her credit, of cruising a lot of social media sources to try to find things.
Well, she may cruise one above my house. Cabinets.
Okay.
Been sort of.
Different cars, different days.
It keeps growing. So now it's getting different tenors.
Okay.
We have a week or so.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. I know he's registered.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I go? I just want to give a shout out in our correspondence. Locally, Dylan Locke has been selected in a very, very large pool of industry professionals for the 2023 Leadership Bluegrass class. And it's held in Nashville every year in the spring. And, it's a real feather in, the country store's cap, and just in his as well. And that's kudos to the IBMA for selecting him, and in him being willing to do the work. And that's just part of our heritage here in the county. So I'm very, very, just wanted to give a public congratulations to Mr. Locke.
No. I just want to bring everybody's attention to the Region 10 and 11 meeting in Rocky Mount on September the 22nd, I believe it is.
Yep.
From 3 to 5, and it's at the Franklin Center for Advanced Learning and Enterprise. I'm the representative of the TIS, one of the representatives of the TIS district. They suggest, and what we did in the past pre-pandemic, is to have another board member or the county administrator go with. They actually make a presentation on our legislative priorities. I think maybe you did one time before.
I did.
I guess what I was asking is anyone else interested in going, and would the board be interested in having that person present the legislative priorities?
I was planning on going. Were you going to go? You're going to go, right?
Well, I'm there because I'm the
right. You're the
representative.
But yeah, I've gone to these prior to the pandemic every time they've been. I find them very interesting, and they're a good networking.
I'll be out of town, so I won't be there.
Is the board okay if Linda goes to present those legislative priorities?
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
The other thing and this is just a suggestion. If you go to the last correspondence letter, which was, I believe, read into our meeting this morning, would there be anything wrong with the administrator giving them an answer to one of their questions in there specifically? Or do you want to go that route? Because really, there's nothing we can do without, we can't block anything without a zoning ordinance. Contrary to popular belief, the comprehensive plan does not carry the weight. It is, that's why they call it a plan.
Not an ordinance.
Not an ordinance.
That's right.
Or is there any way we can get that? I mean,
I think you just did.
well, maybe I did. Maybe I already took care of it.
And this is, if I may interject, this is something that Steve addressed in one of our open sessions is.
Well, I thought he did too.
If the boxes are checked, the permit is granted.
Correct.
Right. If they meet the criteria, then the permit's granted. And it applies all across the county, not, I have one or two come at me, well, why did y'all allow the sale of that property?
Right.
Well, we don't control the sale of property.
Didn't know it was for sale.
And
I ain't got $2.5 million.
no, I didn't have money either.
Maybe they would have bought it.
You know, we don't control this buying and selling of property in this county, and I'm still of the belief the vast overwhelming majority of the people do not want us to be in that position. The comments I've received, I have received 2 comments that concerned, that thought, not just because of this, but other reasons, we should look at zoning pretty quickly in the future. The vast majority of them is that we've got our nose in the people's business too much as it is. And
99% of these people that says that we should have stopped them. Yet, if they were going to sell their property or their house, we stepped in and said, no, you're not going to do it.
or if we would try to control the use on their property.
Right, yeah. Well, one particular man I know is always speaking. I've heard him say 10 times over, ain't nobody telling me what to do on my property.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. I think it would be interesting to see what the public would say.
If
If there was an open format.
Right.
I think.
If we're gonna do that, let's just do the leash law at the same time and get it over with.
Let's just put a bulletproof.
Well, and there's another misconception. I don't know how y'all look at it. I was placed here by the people of the courthouse district. Mine, and in 17 years of service, I've kept this in mind. My first goal is to represent those people, that their voice is heard at this table. That's first. Secondly is the business of the entire county.
Correct. That's what I've always said.
And
I serve the people of Burkesport District. Right. Or represent people of Burkesport District, but I serve people for.
Right.
Yep.
And I think some of them, they're having a hard time understanding that. Overwhelmingly, like I said, the majority of the people that's contacted me, and I've reached out to several people that I reach out to on various issues. And their response has been pretty much keep your nose out of it. Now, that may not be my personal feelings, but that's what I'm here. I was put here to represent the feelings of the people of the district. And I've always went with the premise, if it wasn't good for the people of the courthouse district, I voted no. If it was good for the people of the courthouse district, I voted yes. And I've done that for 17 years. And I don't see changing that procedure. Now, it may make some people angry with me because they're not getting what they want, but that's how I look at it. And I guess I just answered all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you took care of that, I think.
I don't have anything else. That'll probably be enough.
What were the meetings?
Oh, it's Thursday, September 22nd from 3 to 5 at the Franklin Center.
No, the social services meeting. Like the.
Oh, social service meeting is this afternoon at 5 o'clock
Oh,
or 5:30 or something.
Might have to drive through the regular.
So
Thank you.
I don't know if it's worth going home or not, but anyway,
So Tuesday afternoon, 5:30.
that's our normal.
Okay.
Sometimes we have to change for conflicts, but the second Tuesday,
Second Tuesday of each. Okay.
5:30 or 6, I'll have to look it up. I'm sorry.
And Mr. Chair, I apologize. I forgot something I should have mentioned.
You have one more thing?
I have more than one more thing,
See,
real
it's
quick.
catching
I'm
on.
catching on. It's catching on. I think that I mentioned to you all, but I wanted to give Ladina, even though she's not here, a shout out. We did a round table, Ladina, Tabitha, and I, with the largest kind of manufacturing and non-retail employers in the county. And I think that at some of their requests, we're going to try to make that a reoccurring thing. And they were, of course, very effervescent in their appreciation of our economic development staff, and wanted to let you know that, and had some really good conversation with them about how the county and EDA continue to be helpful to them and kind of some forward-looking things. You all had asked me to get Mr. Bolt to find out how much the transfer station is getting used after normal hours. So I have some numbers. They're not very big, candidly. So we can talk about that another time. Yeah. But I did get them for you. And then finally, the thing I realized I really have to tell you is myself and Andrew and Kathleen, our tourism director, for me, the day after our next meeting, we'll be all heading to Raleigh to IBMA. Yeah. And so Floyd will be, in addition to the country store booth, Floyd will be a part of, we will be represented IBMA for Floyd County in Bluegrass. And we actually have some handouts. And so Andrew and Kathleen and I will be doing that. And since I'm down there, I might see my grandbaby.
Thank you.
But we're excited because I don't know that we've done a lot of that before. So this is kind of a new adventure for us. But
Pat went.
So
a couple of times. So
I think it'll be.
Sounds like you'll be in a. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, hopefully it'll pan out. So thank you. So if you don't catch me those couple of days, that's where I am.
Last call. Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Call the roll.
On the motion to adjourn? Sorry, Anna. On the motion to adjourn, Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, you have adjourned.